Chapter 1543. Aren't you being too confident? Dark Sky suddenly bellowed and was about to take action and fight with Su Yun. But in the next second, Su Yun grabbed Lung Xinru, and the ancestor's aura instantly enveloped her. Seeing that, Dark Sky immediately stopped. What? You and my ancestor are fighting, and you still plan to use a hostage? Dark Sky said in a low voice. Since you've investigated me, then you should know that I'm not an upright person. So what if I use a hostage? Su Yun shook his head. Furthermore, she's not an ordinary hostage. She should be very important to you, right? She's my disciple, so of course she's important. Dark Sky said indifferently. I'm afraid she's not just your disciple. From her memories, I know that you've bestowed upon her, which surpasses everyone in the eternal heaven God's council, and even the 4 heavenly kings are lacking compared to you. You seem to have the intention to groom her into your successor. Furthermore, you're willing to pay any price to groom her. Do you really think so highly of her? Is she really just your disciple? I don't believe it. Su Yun snorted. Dark Sky stared at Su Yun for a long time. He knew that this person was even more cunning than a fox and was extremely shrewd. It would not be easy to hide from him. To be able to reach this stage, you're definitely not an ordinary person. I admit, Xinru is indeed not as simple as my disciple. She is also my only child. Dark Sky looked at Lung Xinru, his eyes filled with guilt and self-blame. Hearing that, Lung Xinru was petrified. Master, tell me, what did you say? Xinru, my child, father has let you down. Dark Sky shook his head. Why you my father? It was extremely difficult for Lung Xinru to accept this news. She was unable to speak for a long time, until she recalled the care and preferential treatment that Dark Sky had given her for so many years. Only then did she realize that something was wrong. In the past, she had thought that it was because of her outstanding talent that Dark Sky had taken good care of her, until Su Yun's appearance made her doubt her own talent. In truth, Lung Xinru's talent was not high. If not, with a direct disciple like Dark Sky, her cultivation would not be limited to this. But it was also because Dark Sky doted on Lung Xinru too much, to the point that Lung Xinru's fighting strength mostly relied on the magic treasure that Dark Sky bestowed upon her, and neglected her own strength. As a result, every time Lung Xinru fought with Su Yun, as long as Su Yun broke her magic treasure, she would be flustered, not knowing how to fight, and her mental state was extremely poor. Because she lost to Su Yun, there was already a shadow in her heart. It had to be said that Dark Sky was a failure as a master. Looking at his daughter's surprised and startled face, Dark Sky shook his head and said, Back then, your mother and I fled from the immortal world in order to survive, and everyone who escaped with us died. Your mother was already pregnant with you, but in order to protect you, she chose to sacrifice herself, leaving behind a placenta to give birth to you. When you were born, I was already the ancestor, in order to find a way to revive your mother. I fought everywhere. I even planned to find a way to unify the 10,000 worlds, but it seems to be very difficult to achieve. I have made many enemies. If my enemies knew that I have a daughter, they would definitely harm you. So I did not dare to acknowledge you all these years. Xinru, you must understand your father's difficulties. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Lung Xinru seemed to have lost control of her emotions. She shouted at Dark Sky. You lied to me. You lied to me. You're actually my father. Xinru, Dark Sky's eyes were filled with helplessness. But Lung Xinru was like a child playing around. But all of this, in Su Yun's eyes, was extremely calm. Sir, are you from the prehistoric era? Back then, you fled to avoid the calamity of the ominous sword, right? Su Yun said solemnly. With the resources after the ancient epoch, the only way for an immortal to enter the primordial realm is through the tablet you have. The person who carved the tablet was a master alchemist of the primordial era. He was at the peak of the primordial era and had the highest chance of entering the new realm. However, when the ominous sword destroyed the world, he couldn't escape and died a horrible death. However, to protect the tablet, he sealed it in the chaos domain of the immortal world. Later, When the ominous sword destroyed the outline of the immortal world and entered the next world, the chaos domain of the immortal world was affected. The space inside was distorted, and the tablet accidentally entered the primordial era's relic. The supreme power inside the tablet formed a seal and sealed it inside forever. Many people thought it was created by the primordial era, but it wasn't. The primordial era's people weren't this powerful. Dark Sky said in a low voice. Then, according to what you said, you were the ones who brought the wooden box to seal the ominous sword. Suyin asked again. That's right, but we no longer had the strength to seal the ominous sword. The situation was too dangerous. We were about to be wiped out before we even got close to the ominous sword. How could we have the strength to seal the ominous sword? So we used the river Styx to escape back to the immortal world. Shinru's mother sacrificed herself to protect Shinru from the sword chi of the ominous sword. Then how was the ominous sword sealed? I'm afraid that the ominous sword chose to seal itself. Dark Sky said indifferently. Everything came to light. Actually, Suyin had long suspected that Dark Sky was from the prehistoric era and was most likely in the same group as the Immortal Elder. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain his powerful cultivation. After all, he had not come into contact with the ominous sword before, and those who came from that era, as long as they were still alive, were at least in the pseudo-ancestor realm. Suyin, I've said so much, and I've already made my intentions clear. Release Lung Shinru, hand over the ominous sword, and we will draw a clear line between us and mind our own business. How about it? Dark Sky looked at Suyin, but his hand was secretly accumulating chi. I didn't ask you to come here to give you people and items, but to do something for me. If you can't do it, I'm afraid Lung Shinru will have to stay in the 9 heavens for a while. But don't worry, I won't hurt her. At least her life or death doesn't matter to me. Suyin was not willing to back down. But just then, Dark Sky suddenly shook his head. Suyin, that's not up to you. Some things are not as good as you think they are. You have hostages. Don't tell me I don't have hostages? Hearing that, Suyun's face changed. What do you mean? Dark Sky raised his hand and waved it in the air, causing the air to tremble and ripple. Following that, a mirror-like image appeared in Suyun's line of sight. In the image, 2 figures were fighting intensely in the 9 heavens. The terrifying, destructive aura had already completely destroyed the entire 9 heavens. The immortals had fled, and the scene was a mess. Suyin stared at the 2 figures, his face extremely cold. One of them was Su Qing'er, and the other was actually Hao Yin. Hao Yin, he roared sinisterly, carrying Lung Shinru. He turned and rushed towards the 9 heavens. Dark Sky immediately followed, with Lung Shinru around. He did not dare to make a move against Suyin, but once they reached the 9 heavens, the passive Dark Sky and Suyin would probably have to exchange positions. Now that Hao Yin had suddenly rebelled, Su Qing'er was being restrained, and from the scene that Dark Sky had shown, Hao Yin did not seem to have carried out a destructive attack on the 9 heavens. If not, with Hao Yin's strength, Su Qing'er would definitely not be able to stop him, and the entire 9 heavens would be easily destroyed in his hands, and Su Luo, Hu Qianmei, Long Xianli, and the rest would not be able to escape. Even if Su Yun rushed back to join hands with Su Qing'er, it would be useless and would instead attract Dark Sky. If Hao Yin and Dark Sky joined hands, the situation would be even more unsalvageable. Suyin flew for a while, then stopped. What is it? You gave up on the rescue? Dark Sky said indifferently. Suyin turned his head and stared at him coldly. So you have been colluding with Hao Yin all this time? Suyin, you should know that I'm also proficient in the art of divination. Although I am unable to pry into those important fates, I can see from the fates that you, Suyin, will become my lifelong enemy. Against strong enemies, I naturally have to be on guard. Do you really think that my Eternal God Council is that easy to deal with? Do you really think that I would be so careless towards you? No, Hao Yin was deliberately placed by my side. In order to let him gain your trust, I also joined hands with him to put on this show. But some things are true. There's indeed a grudge between him and Yongyi. And if he wants to kill Yongyi, I will not oppose it. Then why did he join hands with you to deal with me? He should have more or less comprehended the contents of the stone tablet. Suyin said solemnly. I have more or less comprehended the contents of the stone tablet. This stone tablet is actually not of much use to me, because he has already secretly transmitted the contents of the stone tablet to me. The current me already has the strength of a peak primogenitor realm. Ordinary primogenitors are not my match. Why did he help you? Suyin said sinisterly. 2 simple words. Benefits. Dark Sky said indifferently. Benefits? Could it be? Suyun's eyes trembled. He thought of a terrifying matter and looked behind him. That's right. It is the sword sheath. His ultimate goal was not the stone tablet, but the sword box, the sword in the sword box. Not only him, my goal was the same. If he or I could control this sword, then we would be able to truly dominate this world. Moreover, we would be able to use this ominous sword to pursue a higher and stronger path. To us, this would be a new beginning. The door to a new world would also be opened by us. But both of us know that you, Suyun, not only have the sword sheath, you also have the support of Su Qinger and countless experts. To take the ominous sword from your hands, I am afraid that one primogenitor will not be enough. Thus, we began to join hands to seize the sword sheath. Speaking till here, Dark Sky paused, then said indifferently, Now, Suyun, if you hand over the sword sheath to me, I can immediately order Hao Qian to stop. He should not have harmed your people. You do not need to worry. But if you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, I am afraid that everyone in the 9 heavens will be annihilated. Although Su Yun had Lung Xinru as a hostage, unknowingly, Dark Sky had already grasped the lives of everyone in Su Yun's hands. The situation was instantly reversed, and Su Yun was already in a completely passive position. He looked at Dark Sky, snorted, and suddenly moved again, flying towards the 9 heavens with Lung Xinru. Chapter 1544. Seeing Su Yun's actions, Dark Sky was not anxious. Su Yun rushing to the 9th heaven was useless. Hao Tian's strength was stronger than Su Qing. It was enough to deal with Su Qing, or he could control the situation. If he wanted to interfere in the battle between Hao Tian and Su Qing, our Dark Sky would not just stand by and watch. He had already grasped the contents of the stone tablet through Hao Tian. He was originally an ancestor who had cultivated for a long time. He only needed 7 days to completely digest the contents of the stone tablet that Hao Tian had given him. His cultivation had increased greatly. This was not something that Su Yun and Su Qing could compare to. Su Yun, you can't control the ominous sword, so why do you want to keep it? It is truly a pity that the sword is in your hands. Now, give it to me and let me unearth the endless power within it. Let me create a brand new world for this world. And Tian said solemnly. But Su Yun turned a deaf ear to him. He only cared about rushing forward, as if he no longer cared about Dark Sky. Dark Sky frowned. He felt that something was amiss. Although Su Yun was in a hurry, angry and anxious, there was no despair in his eyes. Could it be that he had a way? Dark Sky was not an idiot. He had always been extremely cautious towards Su Yun. He wanted to use the fortune-telling technique to see what Su Yun would do in the future, but his fortune-telling technique could easily see through anyone's fate except for the ancestor's fate, especially Su Yun's. Before he had even become an ancestor, he could already see through it very blurry, and every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy, and after stepping into the ancestor realm, it was even more impossible. What medicine was Su Yun selling his gourd? Just like that, and Tian followed closely behind, following Su Yun to the 9th heaven. At the moment, all the immortals of the 9th heaven had already been evacuated under Su Lilua's arrangements. Everyone was one step ahead, heading towards the demon realm. But how could Hao Yin let them leave just like that? With one punch, he shattered the 9th heaven and forced Qing to retreat. Then, he once again unleashed his divine ability. In a spatial formation that was completely formed by the ancestors' Qi enveloped the entire 9th heaven. The immortals were unable to escape, and the great immortals and demons frantically attacked the spatial formation. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not break it. Ching rushed forward, intending to break the spatial array, but Hao Tian immediately caught up and blocked Ching. Hao Yin, how despicable! How dare you use the young master? Ching clenched her teeth and stared at Hao Yin in anger. It doesn't matter if we use it or not. This is just taking what we need. I actually quite admire Su Yun, but compared to the ominous sword, I obviously care more about the latter. If Su Yun is willing to hand over the ominous sword, I can guarantee that even an ant here will not die. I will also leave immediately and mind my own business with Su Yun. Hao Yin smiled faintly. The ominous sword can't be touched, or else it will break through the seal and destroy all worlds. If the ominous sword could be controlled, do you think the young master wouldn't have taken it himself? He thirsts for power more than all of you, but he will not let it get to his head. Ching, shouted, trying to save Hao Tian. However, Hao Tian smiled coldly and did not appreciate it at all. Su Yun is unable to control the ominous sword. That is because he is incompetent. Although I admire Su Yun, I do not think that Su Yun can be compared to me. Su Qing, you have just entered the ancestor realm. Even if you comprehend the stone tablet and increase your cultivation, you're still not my match. I advise you not to resist and waste your energy. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. There are many immortals here that Su Yun cares about. If one or half of them are injured, then Su Yun will not feel good. The situation here was completely under Hao Tian's control, and there were too many immortals here. Su Qing was afraid that he would not be able to control his power well and injure those people, causing him to be suppressed by Hao Tian, unable to resist. You think you are worthy of being called an ancestor? So shameless. You actually used the lives of these immortals to threaten us? With someone like you, being able to reach the ancestor realm is already a blessing, and you still want to step into a higher and stronger realm? In your dreams. Hearing that, Hao Tian laughed disdainfully. Whether or not I can reach a stronger realm is not up to you to say. As long as I obtain the ominous sword, I will definitely be able to create a new realm and trample on that fate. Everything will be under my control. With that said, Hao Tian released his aura. The ancestor chi of the berserk wolf was like a formless mountain, starting to oppress Su Qing. Su Qing's face changed. She took half a step back. It was difficult for her to support herself, but she knew that at this critical juncture, she could not retreat. She could not give Hao Tian any chance. You control it? That's hard to say. Just then, a cold voice floated over, causing the air to tremble. Following that, a figure landed in front of Su Qing and Hao Tian. The terrifying aura was like a huge wave, slapping Hao Tian away. Hao Tian was forced to retreat, and when he looked, he saw that the person was Su Yun. Brother Su Yun, why are you so aggressive? Hao Tian laughed, facing Su Yun's arrival. He did not panic, but instead acted as if it was natural. He had already expected Su Yun to come, and Su Yun's arrival could not turn the situation around, because the moment Su Yun landed, Dark Sky also flew over and landed beside him. The battle between the four ancestors, if this battle were to happen, the current immortal world would probably suffer a destructive blow. Su Yun glanced at Hao Tian and said indifferently, "You are here for the ominous sword? Dark Sky is also here for the ominous sword. Now that all of you have joined hands to deal with me. But there is only one ominous sword. Who do you want me to give it to? You don't have to worry about that. Hand over the ominous sword first, and we will split it equally." Without waiting for Dark Sky to speak, Hao Tian replied with a smile. "I can give you the sword, but you have to guarantee one thing. I do not wish for my people to be harmed in the slightest. If there is even the slightest bit of injury, don't think that just because you are the ancestors, I will be afraid of you. If I really take out the ominous sword, do you think you will still be able to survive?" Su Yun's voice was filled with killing intent. His cold words caused people's hearts to palpitate. It was not the first time Hao Tian and Dark Sky had met Su Yun. They knew that he was a vicious and merciless person. They had not touched his reverse scale yet, but if they did, he would definitely not rest until he was dead. "Hand over the ominous sword and my daughter, and you can take them away now," Dark Sky said solemnly. "That's naturally not a problem. However, I want to believe first." Suyin pointed at the immortals trapped in the spatial array and bellowed. Hao Tian looked at Dark Sky. He could not make up his mind, but Dark Sky was straightforward. He nodded and said, "Although the 10,000 worlds are huge, to us, it is only a small place. Suyin, if we are truly willing, you can protect them for a while, but you cannot protect them forever. If you lie to us, they will die a horrible death." "Are you threatening me?" Su Yun's eyes suddenly turned red, his killing intent becoming stronger and stronger. Dark Sky frowned, but did not say a word. But Su Yun turned his head and said to Qing'er, "Qing'er, leave immediately, bring Luo and the others and retreat to the Demon Realm, and help me go to the Sky Martial Continent, Wanhua Realm, Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane, Beiyang, Evil Realm, and bring some people away. These are all people who are very important to me. You must bring them to the true Devil Realm in the shortest time possible. And after entering the true Devil Realm, you can organize them and gather around the River Styx. You can take the opportunity to purify the nether chi in the River Styx and find a crack in the River Styx. I will send you a message. If you receive my message, immediately jump into the crack, understand? I will wait for you at the other end of the crack." Su Yun's voice was very low and seemed extremely serious. Qing'er was startled, but when she heard the last sentence, she nodded her head. This should be Su Yun's plan. "Young master, you must be safe. Don't worry. Time is of the essence. Hurry up and go," Su Yun said. Qing'er clenched her teeth. She took Su Yun's communication magic treasure and ran away. The spatial array was broken, and everyone began to evacuate. Su Yun looked at Lung Xinru, who was beside him, smiled, and pushed her back into the sword sheath. Seeing that, Dark Sky became extremely nervous. "Su Yun, give me the sword sheath," Dark Sky bellowed. "Leave it to me." Hao Qian was not happy and said in a low voice, "My daughter is in the sword sheath. I have to ensure her safety first. I'm afraid that the evil sword chi in the sword sheath is already restless. Although she has the realm of a pseudo-ancestor, she can't hold on for too long. Hao Yin, don't worry. I will give the evil sword to you to study first, and after you are useless, it won't be too late for you to give it to me," Dark Sky said. Hearing that, Hao Yin nodded in satisfaction. But Su Yun sneered. "I say, Hao Yin, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Who is Dark Sky?" "An old fox, although you and I met at the stone steel competition. But between us, we have some understanding. I thought that you were a cautious person, but now it seems that Su Yun, was wrong. Dark Sky's cultivation is far above yours. The reason why he doesn't dare to make a move against me is because I still have an ancestor behind me. He can't deal with two ancestors, but you are different. You are alone. You are definitely not a match for Dark Sky. If you obtain the evil sword, I'm afraid it won't be long before he snatches it away. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is trying to sow discord between us. Dark Sky, keep my word. I will definitely let you have the evil sword first." Dark Sky bellowed. How could Dark Sky not know of Su Yun's tricks? Forget about Dark Sky. Hao Yin was also very clear about it, but to say that Su Yun's words were not logical at all, that was not considered. After all, Hao Yin knew a thing or two about Dark Sky. But just then, Su Yun spoke up again. "Brother Hao Yin, you saw it just now. Lord Dark Sky's beloved daughter has already been pushed into the sword sheath by me. If I were you, I would definitely obtain his daughter first. With his daughter in my hands, I would have a bargaining chip. That way, even if you obtain the evil sword, Dark Sky would not dare to easily make a move against you, right?" With that said, Su Yun suddenly took out the sword sheath, used all of his strength, and swung it towards the sky. Whiz! The sword sheath instantly split, opened the void, and flew into the distance. The friction of flying caused the sky to burn. Seeing that, Hao Yin's eyes tensed up and immediately chased after it without caring about anything else. Chapter 1545. Su Yun's words were extremely tempting. If he could capture Lung Xinru, then he would have a bargaining chip. Lung Xinru was Dark Sky's daughter, and was also his disciple that he had painstakingly nurtured. How could he just watch as Lung Xinru died? How could Hao Tian not chase? If he could obtain Lung Xinru, what else would Dark Sky dare to use to snatch the ominous sword from him? Hao Tian rushed over crazily. chasing after the flying sword sheath. How could Dark Sky just watch as how Tian succeeded? They immediately rushed over. The two of them used their fastest speed to rush towards the sword sheath. Their speed was so fast that they could not be seen. The air trembled crazily, as though a stormy sea had been set off. Suyin also followed, but he did not follow closely. Instead, he followed behind the two of them. Everything was going according to plan. The rest would depend on fate. How Tian and Dark Sky did not give in to each other. Dark Sky was stronger than How Tian, and his speed was also much faster. However, How Tian was not an ordinary person either. He immediately made his move, and with a spatial fluctuation, he tore through space, distorting the vast sky and blocking Dark Sky's advance. Flat! Dark Sky bellowed and spat out the word flat from his mouth. The word was incomparably huge, like a huge hand. It touched the sky and completely flattened the wrinkled sky. How Tian had made his move. How could Dark Sky remain indifferent? His eyes narrowed, and his palm quickly flipped. Surging spatial energy also surged out from his palm, and with a wave of his hand he slapped towards How Tian, and at the same time he shouted, "So close, yet so far." Boom! The sky seemed to have been shattered, and then quickly reformed. The scene in the distance split into countless pieces and arranged behind him. And the scene behind him also turned into countless pieces, arranged in front of How Tian. And after everything was arranged, How Tian was surprised to find that he had been inexplicably distorted by Dark Sky, and he had already fallen behind Dark Sky. Is it that simple? How Tian gritted his teeth, and with a slash, a spatial crack appeared, and he directly jumped inside, disappearing without even leaving a spatial trace. What an astonishing spatial technique. Su Yun, who was following behind, frowned. Without a doubt, these two primogenitors were real primogenitors, and their techniques far surpassed Yong Yi and primogenitor. Just their spatial techniques alone were not something the two primogenitors could compare to. Although Hao Yin used the spatial crack to escape, the spatial crack that left no trace would not send him too far away. When Su Yun opened his devil eye, the world turned into a deathly stillness, and his line of sight quickly captured a tiny dot in the distance. It was Hao Yin. Romantic. Dark heaven roared again, and his body suddenly turned into particles, fused with the wind, and fled into the distance. Demonic flow. Su Yun also shouted. His body turned into a shadow and chased after him. Although Hao Tian's spatial techniques were equally powerful and allowed him to put some distance between himself and the primogenitor, he was still being pursued by the primogenitor, who was not to be underestimated. It only took Dark Sky half an hour to pull Hao Tian's figure into his line of sight. At this moment, the three of them had already caught up with the sword sheath. Su Yun threw it with all his might, and actually threw the sword sheath to the center of the immortal world, not far from the immortal world chaos domain. In the end, Hao Yin had the upper hand. He approached the sword sheath and used the primogenitor's qi to forcefully open the sword sheath and rushed in. Dark heaven was not to be outdone. He followed closely behind, and before Hao Yin could close the sword sheath, he also rushed in. However, Su Yun was not anxious. He landed beside the sword sheath, stared at it for a while, picked it up, and walked towards the immortal world chaos domain. The space restriction on the sword sheath was not strong, and back then, the three heroes of the immortal court were able to easily break it and rush out. Wanting to rely on the sword sheath to trap the ancestor was undoubtedly a pipe dream, and Su Yun did not plan to rely on it to trap the ancestor. He took out the communication magic treasure and contacted Su Qing. Qing, have they all entered the true devil realm? Very quickly, Su Qing, voice came out from the communication magic treasure. There are still a few people who have not left. I have opened up a fast passage to the entrance of the true devil realm. In about an hour, we will be able to complete our retreat. Su Qing voice came out. Ensure everyone's safety. Qing in the future, I'll be relying on you guys. Su Yun said softly, and then turned off the communication magic treasure. Su Qing was startled. She did not know what Su Yun meant by that. After a few seconds, She anxiously urged the communication magic treasure again, but was still unable to contact Su Yun. Su Yun took a deep breath, stared at the sword sheath for a few seconds, opened it, and walked in. At this moment, the sword sheath was already dark. The sword discourse arena was completely shattered, and the divine swords were gradually withering. Standing at the entrance, one could see the gigantic sword image in the center. Desolation, annihilation, death, and shattering. This unparalleled and peerless ominous sword, even if it was just a sword shadow, made people unable to associate it with the slightest bit of life and hope. It seemed to represent the darkest side of this world, and the life, hope, and light of this world were like its shadow, born along with its ominous nature. Everything seemed to have been turned upside down. As the ceiling sword formation continued to be destroyed, the vicious sword's body became bigger and bigger. If this continued, it would not be long before it broke out of the sword sheath and reappeared in the world. However, the two ancestors who had rushed into the sword sheath did not notice this terrifying situation at all. Their gazes were all on the gigantic and terrifying vicious sword, and the greed in their eyes was self-evident. Hao Ian's gentle expression that he had always maintained had already disappeared, and what replaced it was a terrifying greed and malevolence. He grabbed Lung Xinru over and looked at the approaching dark sky with a smile. The terrifying fierce qi had already wrapped around everyone tightly. Although Lung Xinru had the strength of a pseudo-ancestor, facing the extremely dense, fierce qi, her face was already pale white, and she was unable to resist at all. If Hao Ian brought her deeper inside, she would probably be completely devoured by the fierce qi. Su Yan looked into the distance. The heavenly sword and heaven destroyer sword that were left behind to suppress the vicious sword were now riddled with cracks. These two peerless divine swords were about to reach their limits. Dark Sky, go and retrieve the vicious sword. Hao Ian grabbed Lung Xinru's neck with one hand and said with a smile, "If you harm even half a hair on her, I will fight you to the death, and let Su Yun pick it up." Dark Sky said in a deep voice, "If you continue to dawdle, I guarantee that she will only have half a hair left." Hao Ian laughed sinisterly. Dark Sky was forced into a corner. He snorted and activated the ancestor's qi to cover his entire body as he rushed towards the vicious sword. However, Dark Sky had underestimated his own strength. He endured the terrifying fierce sword qi and continued to advance. The enormous fierce sword qi was like a vast ocean, and Dark Sky seemed to be shuttling through the ocean. However, as he continued to advance, his speed became slower and slower. Su Yun and Hao Ian stared at Dark Sky, who was advancing towards the fierce sword. They could see that Dark Sky's expression was not good. He started to pant. The air he exhaled from his nose squeezed out the fierce qi, and the magic treasure on his body also started to crack, decay, and fall off piece by piece. Finally, when Dark Sky arrived in front of the fierce sword, he was already gasping for breath, as though he could not even stand. Seeing this scene, Hao Ian's face turned cold, and Lung Xinru became even more anxious, but she could not even protect herself now, so she could not interfere. "I can't subdue the fierce sword. Its qi is too strong. Hao Ian, if you want to obtain the fierce sword, you must help me." Dark Sky suddenly shouted, and from the looks of it, he was in an extremely miserable state. However, how could Hao Ian help Dark Sky? In that case, he would be handing over the initiative. "Dark Sky, do you think I'm an idiot? If I didn't understand you, why would I cooperate with you? You better obediently go and retrieve the fierce sword. Otherwise, your daughter's life will be ruined here." Hao Ian was not anxious at all and did not care about Dark Sky's request for help. "If that's the case, then I can't do anything about it. Kill my daughter. I can't subdue the fierce sword." Dark Sky spoke again. "All right." Hao Ian did not hesitate at all and directly compressed his qi, causing Lung Xinru's body to immediately start to change shape. Her skin and flesh started to crack as she screamed in pain. "Wait!" Dark Sky roared anxiously. "Dark Sky, you don't have to test me. I don't have that much patience. If you don't want your daughter to suffer, then obediently retrieve the fierce sword. If the next time, I'm afraid your daughter will never see you again. Hao Yin laughed. At this moment, Dark Sky had no way of fighting back, and Hao Yin had a hold on his weakness. He could only obediently subdue the fierce sword. Regardless of whether he had the ability or not, at least he did not have a choice at the moment. Dark Sky took a deep breath, raised his hand, and bit his finger. Drops of essence blood dripped from it, and he closed his eyes as he began to mutter a strange incantation. More and more essence blood flowed from the wound on his finger, and it became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, it had covered his entire body, making him look like a man made of gold. Golden light shone brilliantly, and there was a vague feeling that the fierce sword's chi was about to disperse. He reached out with both hands, pressed on the fierce sword, and began to exert force, intending to pull the fierce sword out. However, at this moment, the fierce sword also began to tremble. A large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the fierce sword, and an increasingly intense fierce chi gushed out like a huge wave, instantly drowning Dark Sky. "Father!" Lung Xinru screamed. However, Dark Sky did not reply. At this moment, Hao Yin's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly killed Lung Xinru with a palm strike. Then, he flew toward the fierce sword. Lung Xinru did not have any chance to resist. Her body was shattered, and her soul was scattered. She died a horrible death. She probably never thought she would end up like this. She was originally high and mighty, but when faced with such a terrifying existence, she was like a withered grass in the wind. There was no difference at all. Hao Yin laughed maniacally as he flew toward the fierce sword. Looking at the fierce sword that kept cracking, he knew that Dark Sky had consumed a lot of the fierce sword's chi. However, he did not know that the cracks were not the fierce sword itself. Chapter 1546. The aura of the ominous sword in the entire sword case was like an ocean that was boiling. The seawater kept boiling and surging. The approach of the two ancestors seemed to have stimulated the ominous sword. The ominous sword howled as if it was trying to break free from something. However, Hao Qian was too anxious in the end. He was worried that Tian would subdue the evil sword and deal with him. So he took care of Lung Xinru in advance and rushed towards Tian. He wanted to get rid of Tian because he knew that Su Yun had also entered the sword sheath, and he wanted to preserve a portion of his strength to deal with Su Yun, who might take action. Of course, he did not need to preserve too much of his strength. As long as he obtained the evil sword, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Su Yun. However, Hao Qian did not know that Tian, who had been swallowed by the ominous sword's aura, had not subdued the ominous sword. He was still fighting against the ominous sword. When he realized that his daughter had been killed by Hao Yin, he let out an earth-shattering roar. The ferocious aura surrounding him was shaken off. His hair stood on end, and his body shone with golden light. He looked like a god of war, but his anger was soaring into the sky. "I want you dead!" He let out a shrill roar and gave up fighting against the evil sword. Instead, he charged directly at Hao Yin. "You've already used up a lot of energy fighting the evil sword. What do you have to fight me?" Hao Tian snorted. However, he also regretted killing Lung Xinru in such a hurry. Actually, he had to kill Lung Xinru. Lung Xinru was a fake primogenitor, and she had many treasures for Dark Sky. If she didn't die, Hao Tian would deal with the two of them. It was already extremely strenuous for Hao Tian to deal with Dark Sky. If Lung Xinru were to join the fray, Hao Tian would naturally not have an easy time. Thus, Hao Tian had to seize the opportunity to eliminate Dark Sky. However, Hao Tian wasn't afraid of Dark Sky at all. The two progenitors fought in front of the sword. Su Yin stood in the distance and watched the tigers fight. No matter how chaotic the battle was, he remained motionless like a mountain, allowing the two of them to fight and kill each other. At that moment, spatial fluctuations rippled around his body. Then, a figure appeared beside him. "Why did you lure them here?" The weak voice belonged to Ling Qingyu. At that moment, she was on the verge of collapsing. Her face was devoid of blood, and her breathing was rapid. Su Yin seemed to have been waiting for her. When she appeared, He would grab her and not let her escape. Su Yun. She raised her head and looked at the man with lifeless eyes. However, Su Yun tightened his grip. You don't need to waste any more effort to seal the ominous sword. I've said it before, I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself. Since the ominous sword can no longer be controlled by the sword spirit, then release it. Let it bloom amidst the slaughter. Su Yun said solemnly. You want to destroy the myriad worlds? Ling Qingyu asked with a trembling voice. She knew that how Tian and Dark Sky were lured here by Su Yun. If the two ancestors were to fight in front of the ominous sword that was about to break through the seal, it would undoubtedly accelerate the appearance of the ominous sword. As a result, the end of the world would come. Why did Su Yun do that? Could it be that he wanted to protect Ling Qingyu and was willing to destroy the myriad worlds? But Su Yun did not have any reaction. He stared intently at Ling Qingyu, as though there was nothing else in his eyes. As long as I can let you live, even if I have to destroy the myriad worlds, what do I care? He said in a hoarse voice. This seemingly sweet and honeyed sentence was like a sharp knife, completely cutting open her heart. Ling Qingyu trembled. She could not help but squeeze into Su Yun's embrace, trembling even more intensely. Tears flowed down her face like broken pearls. You are the sinner of the myriad worlds. Do you know that? You are a sinner, she screamed. The ominous sword can no longer be controlled. No one can do anything. Even if I am indifferent, the ominous sword will still destroy the world. I only released it ahead of time. But if this goes on, after the ominous sword destroys the world, it will not be able to be sealed. It will continue to occupy the myriad worlds. And at that time, no one will be able to survive, and the myriad worlds will come to an eternal end, and no more living beings will appear. Then tell me, who was the one who sealed the ominous sword? Su Yun stared at Ling Qingyu seriously and asked without blinking. Ling Qingyu did not dare look straight into her blazing eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then said softly, I was the one who sealed it. Then my guess is not wrong. The main body of the ominous sword, and you're actually not a single entity. You represent the will of the ominous sword, but your will and the main body of the ominous sword are actually separate. The main body has power, and it is eternal, but your power is drawn from the power that is leaking out from the ominous sword in these past few years in order to suppress the ominous sword. You have continuously used up your own power to the point that you are no longer able to control the main body. I know your plan. Although the sword spirit is unable to completely suppress the main body of the ominous sword, but in this world, the only one who could destroy the main body of the ominous sword. Qingyu, I understand you in order to protect me. In the end, you will definitely perish together with the ominous sword. Su Yun said solemnly, his voice extremely hoarse. I shouldn't have been born in this world. Ling Qingyu sighed. I don't care about that, since you're already standing in front of me. I will protect you. The ominous sword is no longer under your control. You are powerless to reverse the situation. Since that is the case, then why not release it and cleanse this world? Even if the world is destroyed, I will not hesitate, as long as you are well. Su Yun's voice was resolute. Looking at the pair of determined eyes, Ling Qingyu knew that it was useless for her to say anything more. However, to slaughter all the living beings in the myriad world was not what Ling Qingyu wanted. If not, she would not have sealed the ominous sword and had been suppressing it for so many years. Actually, there's a way to stop the ominous sword from destroying the world, she said. What method? Su Yun frowned slightly. Ling Qingyu turned and looked at the gigantic ominous sword's body. The surface of the body seemed to be a layer of cover, but the cover had already shattered, revealing the true sword body inside. The ominous sword body was like a layer of gray glass, filled with evil qi. It was extremely terrifying. Even just looking at it would cause one's hair to stand, and their scalps to go numb. I am the will of the ominous sword, but I am not controlled by it. In the end, it is because its body contains too much energy, and all of this energy was accumulated from the last destruction of the world, and I am unable to get rid of this energy. After a long period of time, another will was born in the body of the ominous sword, and this will was formed from the countless lives that were killed by the ominous sword. If you can destroy this will, and absorb the power inside the ominous sword. Then you can defeat the ominous sword and completely control the ominous sword. It is just that doing this is too difficult. That will is completely formed from destruction. It is as strong as a god, almost replacing me. Ling Qing, you said worriedly. Another will? This will is usually in deep slumber and will not easily wake up, but when it sleeps, it will produce even more power, and this is also the reason why I am unable to suppress the ominous sword. It will only awaken when there is a huge amount of power nearby, and once it awakens, it will attack the seal. How can I defeat this will? Suyin asked anxiously. Just enter the ominous sword. Enter the ominous sword. Suyin was startled. Ling Qing, you pointed to a gem in the middle of the ominous sword's body and said slowly, "That is the sword's eye. Through the eye, you can enter the sword's body and enter the ominous sword's world. In that world, all the lives before the world was destroyed are buried. Just that the inside of the ominous sword is extremely difficult even for the primogenitor realm." Since you said it like that, then there is a possibility, right? Suyin laughed. Ling Qing, you looked at him, her eyes sparkling, and then said, "Suyin, do you know how the ominous sword was born?" Hearing Ling Qing use solemn words, Suyin was suspicious. "I don't know. Actually, even I don't know." "You don't know either?" Suyin was startled. Ling Qingyu was the ominous sword spirit. How could she not know? But just then, Ling Qingyu's next sentence caused Su Yun to be dumbstruck. Because the main body of the ominous sword was formed after the death of the god of creation, who created the myriad worlds. She said slowly, "I am the ominous sword spirit, and I bear this memory, but no one knows how the god of creation was born. Maybe he is the origin of fate." Su Yun was silent. "Su Yun, I am not willing for the myriad worlds to be destroyed in the hands of the ominous sword, and I do not wish for anything to happen to you. I will help you enter the ominous sword, but right now, the sword eye is sealed, and you cannot enter. If you want to stop all of this, you have to enter the ominous sword, erase that will, and truly control the ominous sword. Then everything will end. But if you let the ominous sword continue to destroy the myriad worlds, the ominous sword will once again absorb the power of the myriad worlds. Even if you rely on the sword sheath to escape, to seal the ominous sword again, I am afraid that it will be very difficult. The ominous sword's ominous chi is not suitable for humans to live in, and in the myriad worlds, there will no longer be a place for us to stay. My plan is to use the sword sheath as a boundary. The ominous sword chi is unable to corrode the sword sheath. But since things have come to this, I have no other choice. I'll try my best. But what I have done is to ensure your safety, and only when you are safe will I be fine. Even if I do not stop the ominous sword, you can at least use the sword sheath to open a world and live without worries." Suyin laughed. "Fool, do you only think about others?" "I only think about the people I care about." He laughed. From the past until now, he had always been like this. It was not appropriate to say that he was selfless, because he was always thinking about how to scheme against others. But for the people around him, he could even sacrifice his life without hesitation. What should one say about such a person? He was truly selfish and selfless. Ling Qingyu laughed, tears in her laughter. Chapter 1547. As Hao Yin and Dark Sky continued to fight, the ferocious sword's reaction became more and more intense. The seal on the main body was completely removed, and the Heaven Destroyer sword and the Heavenly Will sword could no longer suppress the ferocious sword and directly shattered. All of the swords sealed in the sword formation were destroyed, and only one sword was still firmly restraining the ferocious sword that was about to break free from the seal, and that was the Death Sword. The sword that brought Su Yun endless possibilities was still suppressing the ferocious sword with its own strength, but the current it could not hold on by itself. Its pitch-black sword body swayed crazily. The cracks on it were like spider webs, and it could collapse at any time. Dark Sky and Hao Yin, who were still fighting intensely, finally sensed that something was wrong. They stopped, looked at the ferocious sword, and realized that the sword's chi was many times stronger than before, and it was already extremely strenuous for them to stay here. "What's going on?" This sword seems to be different from what we imagined. Hao Ian said in a low voice. Master Dark Sky, I think we should stop for now and subdue this ferocious sword first. What do you think? You want to join hands with me now? Dark Sky gritted his teeth. Lung Shinru was killed by Hao Ian. How could he be willing? But he was not in a good state. Forget about subduing the ferocious sword. Even erasing Hao Ian was difficult. At this point, he could only take down the ferocious sword first. If he could obtain the power of the ferocious sword, he might be able to enter a higher realm. At that time, reviving Lung Shinru should not be too difficult. Thinking about that, Dark Sky bellowed, I will trust you for now. Let's work together and take it down. Dark Sky was not an idiot. He understood the current situation and knew that all of this was just Su Yun's plan. If not for Su Yun, how could they enter the sword sheath so easily? Su Yun had been following them the entire time, and they also felt that something was wrong. At least they believed that Su Yun would not give up just like that. All right, the two of them spoke and activated their ancestral power together. With the two of them working together, no matter how strong Su Yun was, he would not be able to defeat them so easily. If they wanted to leave, Su Yun would not be able to stop them. But at this moment, Su Yun suddenly flew over. Su Yun, I advise you not to interfere, even if we're not in a good state right now. If we work together, you still have no chance of survival. So, you better stay where you are and don't move. This is good for both of us. Hao Ian and Dark Sky had long sensed Su Yun's appearance. But with the ominous sword in front of them, how could they abandon it? Immediately, Hao Ian spoke and threatened Su Yun. However, Su Yun acted as if he did not hear Hao Ian's words. He looked at the two of them and lowered his head and thought, if I devour the power of these two, my strength will definitely increase greatly. I'll have a higher chance of winning if I enter the ominous sword. Indeed, Ling Qingyu nodded. Hearing that, Su Yun no longer hesitated. His killing intent suddenly increased, and he rushed forward. He grabbed at the air, and the death sword that was still fighting against the fierce sword suddenly flew towards Su Yun's hand with a so sound. Although the sword body that was covered in cracks looked extremely weak, as though it would shatter with a light touch, but the feeling that the sword gave Hao Ian and Dark Sky was completely different. The moment the sword touched Su Yun's palm, it was as though the entire sword had come to life. Su Yun had given it life. It had been reborn for Su Yun. After so many years, the death sword had once again returned to his hand. The sword's body cracked, but it trembled incessantly. A dense sword intent was released from the death sword. Su Yun raised the sword, his other hand holding onto the sword's mouth. He used a bit of force, allowing the sword to tear his palm, causing blood to flow out, following the sword's body and dyeing the entire sword red. The word death was completely melted by the blood. Seeing this scene, it was unavoidable for people to be overwhelmed with shock. Dark Sky frowned. Su Yun's actions clearly told the two of them his plans, but what Hao Ian had said before was only a threat. The two of them did not want to fight with Su Yun. After all, this place was too dangerous. If this continued, in less than a day, the intensity of the fierce qi would increase to the point that even the ancestors would not be able to endure, and it would definitely be able to engulf Hao Ian and Dark Sky. Su Yun, you really dare to go against us? Hao Ian's face was a little ugly. In truth, Su Yun had followed them all the way here. He was a little hesitant, worried that Su Yun would cause trouble, but he had even handed over the fierce sword. If he did not go and take it, Dark Sky would take the initiative, and he would not have a chance. So, even if he knew that Su Yun would cause trouble, he could not miss this opportunity. Fortunately, the two of them had some misgivings before and did not use their full strength. If the two of them joined hands, it would not be too difficult to deal with Su Yun. Scram! Dark Sky also shouted. But the two of them still could not stop Su Yun. Instead, he directly flew towards the two of them with the death sword. Without any hesitation, all that was left was his killing intent, and the baleful aura around him reflected off each other. Bastard! Dark Sky was completely enraged. He bellowed and grabbed towards Su Yun with his palm. His palm became 30,000 zhong in size, as though it could pluck the sky, and slapped toward Su Yun. The howling, ferocious aura swept over along with his palm. Su Yun did not panic. Holding onto the death sword, he thrusted towards the gigantic palm, one man and one sword like a dragon breaking through the sky, piercing through the gigantic palm. That sword's power was extremely terrifying. It contained a power similar to fierce chi, but different from fierce chi. It was like death chi. Could it be that it was a sword of death? Dark Sky's heart trembled. Su Yun held onto the death sword tightly and rushed towards Dark Sky. Ling Qing, you had also told him about the origins of the death sword. The death sword was not a famous sword, and before it entered the limitless sword sheath, it was just an unremarkable sword, so unremarkable that no one knew who created it or who used it. But after the sword was placed into the sword sheath, it became the core of the sword formation, frantically absorbing the desolation and death chi from the fierce chi. After the fierce sword destroyed the world, it absorbed an unknown amount of resentment and anger, and the chi contained within the resentment and anger was completely devoured by the death sword, causing the fierce sword to only have fierce chi left. Under the nourishment of the fierce sword, the death sword grew into an incredible divine sword. Even the Heaven Destroyer sword and the Heavenly Will sword were destroyed, and only it was still unyielding. Using it to deal with Dark Sky would naturally not be difficult. Su Yun's sword chi was extremely sharp. His killing intent erupted. The black and red sword ruthlessly slashed towards Dark Sky. Great binding technique. Dark Sky clenched his fists and bellowed. A wave of chi transformed into a rope that wrapped around Su Yun, causing his body to immediately slow down. Hao Tian, got it. Hao Tian bellowed. He bent his body and transformed into a ray of light, striking forward, causing the void to tremble. He was like a mountain. His might was extraordinary. Boom! Su Yun was sent flying by Hao Tian and fell into the dense fierce chi. But at the moment, Su Yun seemed to be completely immune to the fierce chi. Even if the fierce chi wrapped around his body, he was not afraid. And on the contrary, the fierce chi completely devoured Dark Sky's bindings. Su Yun's eyes were scarlet red. He raised his sword and flew forward. The sharp sword chi had the feeling of tearing the entire sword sheath's world apart, and the gigantic fierce sword intent also retracted. So powerful! I have underestimated him, Dark Sky said. He has completely comprehended the contents of the stone tablet, and his cultivation has increased greatly. His current strength should be equal to mine, Hao Tian said softly. If that's all, it's still far from enough, right? Dark Sky said. He waved his hands, and a samsara appeared in front of him, blocking Su Yun's death sword. With a flip of his palm, the samsara exploded, and the destructive power spread out in all directions. He grabbed the void and pulled out a gigantic void sword and struck toward Su Yun. The void sword and the death sword clashed intensely, and the two of them were shaken by each other's astonishing and terrifying power. Watch me destroy you. Hao Tian laughed sinisterly. He leaped into the air, took out a gigantic statue, and threw it into the air. The statue flew into the air and disappeared, and suddenly, a terrifying lightning flashed across the dim sword sheath's world, and after the lightning, a gigantic statue of a god appeared behind Su Yun. The statue of the god had 3 heads and 6 arms, and all 6 arms struck toward Su Yun, but just as the 6 arms were about to hit Su Yun, they stopped. Before the fist arrived, the attack had already landed on Su Yun's body. His soul was shaken. Su Yun, who was still fighting with Dark Sky, trembled slightly. He frowned, but did not retreat, nor did he care about Hao Tian, and continued to fight with Dark Sky. Interesting, Hao Tian laughed. Su Yun actually dared to ignore him. To him, it was a great humiliation. But just as Hao Tian was about to unleash another round of attacks, the gigantic statue of the god suddenly turned into sand and was completely engulfed by the evil chi and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that, Hao Tian was startled. How is that possible? Although the evil chi can corrode everything to completely erase this statue of mine in an instant, that is simply impossible. There's nothing impossible about it. In front of the true power of the evil sword, this thing's hardness cannot even compare to cotton. Just then, a voice sounded in Hao Tian's ears. Hao Tian's heart jumped. He immediately looked to the side, and at the same time, he retreated, only to see a young lady standing beside him. "Who are you?" he asked in shock. "I am the existence that you want to seize," Ling Qingyu said indifferently. "Evil sword? It's the sword spirit of the evil sword." "Sword spirit?" Hao Tian was startled, then laughed coldly. Seems like you've been provoked by us since you've appeared. Then it's easy. Wait for me to subdue you. Then I can subdue the evil sword and rule over the 10,000 worlds." His eyes were filled with fanaticism and malevolence. Ling Qingyu's appearance made him extremely happy. But in Ling Qingyu's eyes, it was a joke. The reason why people die is because of their own desires. She stared at Hao Tian, her eyes gradually turning cold. "Do you still not understand your current situation? Evil sword? It's impossible for you to subdue it." Chapter 1548. Whether or not I can subdue it. How will I know if I don't try? I see that your qi is weak, and you look like you're about to fall. I'm afraid that you're not in a good state, right? Perfect for me. Hao Ian laughed sinisterly. He gave up on Su Yun and Dark Sky, and went straight for Ling Qingyu. He thought that Ling Qingyu's current weakness was completely due to the exhaustion caused by Dark Sky when he subdued the evil sword. But he did not know that the reason why Ling Qingyu was like that was because she had been restraining the evil sword for the past few years. Ling Qingyu was the sword spirit of the evil sword, and just relying on the ancestor was not her match. Even if he was in a bad state, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Ling Qingyu. When an expert made a move, it would be obvious. Ling Qingyu casually waved her hand, and an astonishing wave of evil qi transformed into a wave that struck toward Hao Yin. Hao Yin was startled. He anxiously stopped his attack and snatched it to the side. His speed was very fast, but facing the wave, he felt powerless and was actually slower by a beat. The evil qi brushed past his arm, and he realized that his ancestor's qi was unable to defend against the evil qi, and upon contact, it was like the divine elephant from before, instantly turning into ashes without a trace. He looked down and realized that the wound on his arm was filled with evil qi, and the evil qi in the air seemed to be attracted to the wound, crazily surging inside. Shit! Hao Ian was shocked. He anxiously used his ancestor's qi to heal his arm, but at that moment, he realized that when his ancestor's qi surged over, the wound's healing speed was many times slower than usual. Damn it! He raised his head and looked at Ling Qingyu. At the moment, Ling Qingyu's face was frighteningly pale, and her condition was extremely bad. After releasing that move, she started to pant. Hao Ian was not an idiot. Seeing her condition, he quickly thought, and his face that was distorted from anger once again revealed a relaxed smile. "Seems like your condition is indeed very bad. Although you are a sword spirit and can control the power of the evil sword, but you should not be able to control too much power. If not, I will die here." Hao Ian did not give Ling Qingyu a chance to catch her breath. He took a step forward and attacked again. Ling Qingyu clenched her teeth and attacked. However, at this moment, a figure leaped over and instantly stood in front of Hao Yin. A sharp sword instantly slashed down. At that moment, a destructive aura descended from the sky and completely enveloped Hao Yin. Hao Yin felt a chill in his heart as he stared at the person in front of him with widened eyes. Su Yun, Puchi. The dark sky void sword directly pierced into Su Yun's back, but Su Yun did not care. As though he did not know what pain was, his eyes were about to split open, his pupils were blood red, and a death sword fiercely smashed towards Hao Yin. Puchi! The sharp sword directly cut off Hao Yin's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out and the qi to scatter everywhere. The nirvana qi on the death sword was like countless ants, crazily gnawing at Hao Yin's arm. Ah! Hao Yin screamed miserably. Without waiting for him to react, Ling Qingyu leapt up from behind. A palm filled with dense evil qi struck Hao Yin's body. In order to protect Ling Qingyu, Su Yun actually ignored Dark Sky's attack and rushed forward. When the evil chi entered Hao Ian's body, it was as though his body was being cut by a sharp knife. It was extremely unbearable. He rolled in the air in pain and screamed miserably. It was extremely unbearable. Not long after, his skin split open, and the evil chi was forced out of his body. He finally stopped, but Ling Qingyu's attack was almost fatal to him. If it had been any other pseudo-primogenitor, that attack would have been fatal. However, not only did Hao Tian not die, but the small world in his body was also not destroyed. However, it was definitely affected. The civilization in his small world had probably declined rapidly. Even if he recovered, his cultivation would be greatly reduced. Damn it, I will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. Just you wait. Hao Ian knew that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Even if he obtained the evil sword, he would not be able to hold on, so he immediately turned and wanted to escape. But how could Su Yun and Ling Qingyu let him leave? Ling Qingyu clenched her teeth, perspiring profusely. She waved her slender hands with all her might, causing the evil chi in front of Hao Ian to immediately sweep towards him. Before he could fly far, he was blocked by the terrifying evil chi. Su Yun raised the death sword and rushed forward, releasing all of the terrifying ancestor power towards Hao Ian. At that moment, he wanted to fight head-on with Hao Ian. The death sword had been absorbing evil chi in the evil realm, and at that time, Su Yun thought that he was just an evil sword, but from the performance of the death sword today, he was gravely mistaken. It was not only him. Many people in the evil realm were mistaken. He was a sword with unlimited potential, an omnipotent sword. And today, Su Yun was finally able to unleash the full power of the sword. Bastard, if you want me to die, I will definitely not let you off. Hao Ian had nowhere to retreat. He roared and directly shattered the small world in his body, using the boundless ancestor power to fight against Su Yun head-on. Dark Sky wanted to chase after Su Yun, but was stopped by Ling Qingyu. The ruthless and terrifying power immediately surged between the two of them. At this moment, it was a battle between the strongest of the ancestors. The death sword carried the power of nirvanic extermination. Like a roaring dragon of destruction, it rushed forward, and Hao Ian's power had already taken form. A gigantic gray ball appeared in front of him. The gray ball continued to expand, as though it wanted to squeeze away all the evil chi around it. But inside it was chaos. It was extremely terrifying. At that moment, Hao Ian did not care about anything else. The flesh on his body was torn apart. Blood flowed out of his eyes. His expression was sinister and terrifying. Looking at the divine dragon of destruction that was rushing towards him, he roared and pushed the terrifying primal chaos ball forward. Dong! The primal chaos ball and the divine dragon of destruction clashed. The surging power was like a blooming lotus. Dark Sky, who was still in a stalemate, immediately retreated, while Ling Qingyu also turned and disappeared. The power and the evil chi mixed together, releasing a strange hissing sound. The power was too terrifying, instantly spreading throughout the entire Sword Sheath's world. Su Yun and Hao Ian were baptized by the power. Even Dark Sky was unable to escape. What a terrifying attack it was. Dark Sky could not help but retreat, his eyes staring at the two figures in the center of the explosion. Hao Ian was completely crippled. He had already taken Ling Qingyu's attack. He did not have much strength left. The reason why he was able to unleash such a terrifying technique was because he had shattered the small world in his body, and Su Yun was not having it easy either. But he stood in the center of the destruction, holding onto the death sword, allowing the power of destruction to cut his body like blades, as though he could no longer feel the pain. This guy, how did he become so terrifying? Dark Sky's heart was thumping wildly. Cracks also appeared on Su Yun's body. He was after all an ancestor. Facing Hao Ian's final attack, he could not be completely immune, but he did not retreat. Instead, he continued to advance, holding onto the death sword. He continued to rush towards Hao Ian. Shit! Seeing that, Dark Sky's face changed. He immediately turned into a ray of light and shot towards Su Yun, intending to stop him. But the moment he made his move, the dense evil chi once again turned into a huge wave, slapping him down. Ling Qing, you made her move again. Dark Sky was forced back. He looked up, only to see Su Yun's sword piercing Hao Yian's chest. The strange sword was like a pipe, directly absorbing the essence and soul of Hao Yian's body, injecting it into Su Yun's body. In the blink of an eye, Hao Yian's body became a bag of skin and was devoured by the evil qi, while Su Yun completely seized Hao Yian's power. Could it be that this guy lured me and Hao Yian here to steal our power? And that woman, who is she? Why can she control the evil qi? Dark Sky then suddenly realized all of this was a trap set up by Su Yun, using the evil sword to make him and Hao Yian fight to the death, and then cooperating with the strange woman to reap the benefits. So terrifying, just that. When did this woman enter the sword sheath? Phew! Su Yun swallowed Hao Yian and fiercely exhaled. His eyes became even redder. His gaze turned and landed on Dark Sky. It was impossible to win. Dark Sky gritted his teeth, and with a palm, he shattered the void of the sword sheath and rushed out. But in that moment of life and death, a figure blocked in front of him. Scram! Dark Sky roared and slashed forward. The figure also extended out a palm. The two clashed. Dark Sky was forced back a few steps, while the figure was swaying, obviously suffering a great loss. Bastard! Su Yun's furious voice came from behind. Dark Sky anxiously turned and hastily welcomed Su Yun, but the terrifying death sword took the lead and directly pierced through his shoulder. Don't think you'll have it easy. Dark Sky had just witnessed the power of the sword and immediately raised his hand, wrapped in the ancestral power, and struck towards Su Yun's arm. Gotcha! Su Yun's arm that was holding the sword was cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. Dark Sky took the chance to dodge the death sword and stab back. Su Yun immediately retreated. Dark Sky did not dare to rush forward, and instead retreated, holding his sword. He looked at Su Yun and Ling Qingyu cautiously. Qingyu, are you all right? Su Yun still did not feel any pain, and instead looked at Ling Qingyu anxiously. I'm fine. Ling Qingyu looked at Su Yun's current state and revealed a look of worry and said, Let's work together and take him down. No need. Su Yun activated the ancestral power to heal his arm, and his gaze landed on Dark Sky, but he was not nervous at all. Dark Sky caught Su Yun's gaze and frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Just then, he realized that the death sword in his hand was trembling, and it was getting more and more intense, as though it was about to break free from his control. Limitless sword arts? Dark Sky's heart thumped, and only then did he remember. Even after taking Su Yun's sword, he was still unable to break free from his control. So at the same time, a large amount of evil qi around Dark Sky condensed into many terrifying swords and directly aimed at Dark Sky. Dark Sky was in danger. Chapter 1549. Dark Sky hurriedly dodged, and the qi sword slashed down, but in the instant that he dodged, the death sword in his hand took the opportunity to break free and fly towards him. Everything happened too quickly, and Dark Sky did not even have time to react. His chest was struck again, but Dark Sky was in a much better state than Hao Tian, and seeing Su Yun use the death sword to swallow Hao Tian, he did not dare to let the death sword stay in his body for even a breath of time. After being hit by the sword, he immediately cast a divine spell and turned into a ray of light to escape. Su Yun pressed forward step by step. The death sword image was like a tiger pouncing towards him, causing him to feel suffocated and powerless. After fighting with Dark Sky, Ling Qinyu's condition had dropped to its lowest point. She could no longer participate in the battle. Otherwise, once she lost all of her strength, she would no longer be able to suppress the ominous sword's main body. Then, the ominous sword would immediately break through the sword sheath restrictions and reappear in the immortal world, then begin to destroy the world. Su Yun knew this, and so did Ling Qingyu. So Ling Qingyu stopped in time and conserved her strength. After so many years, Su Yun finally understood why Ling Qingyu would always hide in the sword sheath to cultivate or heal. It turned out that she had always been fighting against the ominous sword, but Su Yun was kept in the dark for so long. The current situation was extremely beneficial to Su Yun, Su Yin had come into contact with a fierce qi many times in the past, and his body had also been corroded by the fierce qi, so he more or less had an instinctive immunity towards it. On the other hand, and Tian's condition was not good. His qi was weak. Facing the terrifying fierce qi, he was flustered and did not know how to deal with it. Adding Su Yun's ferocious attacks, he did not even have the ability to counterattack and could only defend. Puchi. Two crafty sword images slashed at Dark Sky's abdomen, causing Dark Sky's body to tremble. He explosively retreated 100 li and was almost close to the ominous sword. His face was extremely pale, his eyes drooped, as though he did not even have the strength to open his eyes. Facing Su Yun's attack, his defense had already become a serious problem. He wanted to escape, but with Ling Qingyu around, he had no chance, and Su Yun would not give him any time to escape the sword sheath's world. Now that things had come to this, they could only choose to negotiate. Dark Sky gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Su Yun, stop. I surrender. It doesn't matter whether you surrender or not. What matters is that you must die." Su Yun's eyes were scarlet red. He raised his sword again and slashed forward. The fierce qi split into billions of qi swords. Following Su Yun's attack, the scene was extremely grand. Do we really have to fight to the death? Between you and me, only one of us can live. Su Yun's cold voice came out. Su Yun, there's no need for this at all. If you and I join hands, no one in the 10,000 worlds will be our match. We will be omnipotent, able to do whatever we want, dominating all living beings in a myriad worlds. Isn't that enough? If we fight to the death like this, it won't be good for either of us. Hao Ian is already dead, and you're definitely not in a good state right now. If you fight with me, even if you win, what will you get? If you force me into a corner, perhaps your losses will be much greater than your gains. Dark Sky spoke again, attempting to make Su Yun stop, but he did not know that Su Yun wanted to kill him not only for the benefits on his body, but also because he had injured Ling Qingyu. Su Yun did not say a word and continued to attack. Don't think that I'm really afraid of you. Dark Sky roared. He took out a treasure, causing a golden mountain to fly into the sky, and then it shattered. With him as the center, the shattered rocks quickly formed a golden fort protecting him tightly. Su Yun slashed forward, destroying the fort, and Dark Sky took the chance to punch out. The fist tip overturned fate, reversing the universe. Every bit of strength had the intention of breaking through the universe. Su Yun raised his other hand and anxiously grabbed the fist, but the moment his palm touched the fist, the skin and flesh on his palm immediately disappeared, leaving only his bones. Puchi. The death sword pierced into Dark Sky's chest again. But this time, Dark Sky did not retreat. Instead, he opened his mouth and suddenly shouted. His body spewed out a large amount of withering spirit qi, devouring Su Yun. Su Yun's skin and flesh quickly disappeared. The ancestral force was unable to resist the terrifying power. But he did not retreat, because the death sword had already pierced into Dark Sky's body. Do you want to perish together with me? Stop. Dark Sky roared. But looking at Su Yun's posture, he did not plan to stop, even if the skin and flesh on his body peeled off. Revealing his internal organs and bones, he still held onto the death sword tightly, concentrating on activating it. No! Dark Sky roared. The death sword started to extract the essence in his body and started to snatch his soul out. Dark Sky became more and more powerless. The withering spirit qi released from his body became lesser and lesser. Half of Su Yun's body had already turned into a skeleton. Other than using the ancestral force to protect the small world, his entire body had no defense. The two of them were fighting head-on, using their own life force as the foundation, to see who could last until the end. Dark Sky continued to roar, while Su Yun also held onto the death sword tightly, persevering with all his might. Both of their spirit qi were quickly disappearing. Dark Sky's face started to wither and distort. His sturdy body was like a deflated balloon, falling rapidly, while one of Su Yun's arms was completely shattered. His internal organs were also gradually disintegrating. His face was pale white, and his eyes started to lose spirit, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered because he knew that if he fought head-on with Dark Sky, he would have the absolute advantage, because the Death Sword was absorbing Dark Sky's power and would slowly replenish his body. As expected, not long after, Dark Sky followed Hao Tian's path of retreat, turned into a layer of skin, and was devoured by the evil Qi. While Suyin did not have it any better, 2/3 of his body had become skeletons. Only the small world and his head remained the same. After killing Dark Sky, he immediately sat down and released the ancestral force in the small world to recover. Dark Sky and Hao Tian's power was immense, but to digest it was not something that could be done in a day. But the ominous sword was about to reappear, and he did not have much time. Suyin, you must leave this place. The evil Qi here is extremely detrimental to your recovery. Go out first, and after you recover, think of a way to enter the ominous sword. Ling Qingyu's weak voice came out from the void. Hearing that, Suyin nodded his head. This place was indeed not suitable for cultivation. Immediately, he broke open the sword sheath and rushed out, but he did not go far and sat cross-legged beside the sword sheath. Dark Sky and Hao Tian's souls were sealed into the small world in his body and began to slowly digest them. The small world also began to develop on its own according to Dark Sky and Hao Tian's memories. The two ancestors' small worlds were different, and each had their own characteristics. Suyin learned from each other and absorbed the essence, allowing his own small world to continuously improve. The stone tablet in the space bag had shattered due to the delay, but the current Suyin could no longer use the stone tablet. Not only the stone tablet, all the magic treasure in the space bag were useless to him. The only thing he could rely on was the Death Sword. Suyin sat beside the sword sheath for an entire day, temporarily recovering his body. But right at that moment, a large amount of gray Qi suddenly leaked out from the sword sheath. The Qi was extremely thin, like a thin layer of mist. It flew out from the sword sheath and floated into the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, causing people to gasp in amazement. Is this the evil Qi? Suyin frowned. He extended his hand out to touch the Qi, only to realize that it was not the ruthless and cruel evil Qi that could devour everything, but instead a new type of power, a power that Suyin had never seen before. And inside it, it seemed to contain a bit of the meaning of space and time. What exactly is this? He muttered, his eyes looking forward, a ray of light flashing in his eyes. But the next scene caused Suyin to be completely shocked. The Qi filled the celestial realm and continued to leak out from the sword sheath. They actually fused into the void, and through the boundary outline, they seeped into other realms. What exactly was going on? The celestial realm was so huge, and it only took 10 hours to fill up the entire celestial realm. Then, this aura would probably not even need half a month to occupy the entire myriad realms, right? Suyin, this is fate. Just as Suyin was confused and bewildered, Ling Qingyu's voice came into Suyun's mind through the sword sheath. Fate? Fate is formless and tasteless. You can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't even feel it, but you truly know of its existence. And the only thing that can come into contact with fate is the divination art. But this kind of divine art is only peeking at fate through the cracks of the door. And now, what you see is the fate of the myriad realms. Ling Qingyu's tired voice sounded. After Suyin had devoured Hao Tian and Dark Sky's power, he had already obtained the divination art through Dark Sky's memories. However, what he found hard to believe was that he did not activate the divination art, but he could see the so-called fate. This did not come from some kind of mystical technique, nor was it because of his great increase in strength that his body had comprehended some kind of concept. It was more like some kind of strange power was guiding him to come into contact with this so-called fate. These are all signs that the ominous sword is about to appear. It will permeate the myriad realms and the small worlds that the experts have opened up and balance all the time in these realms into one space. This way, those who want to hide in other space-time and rely on the slow time in other space-time to survive will have nowhere to hide. Ling Qingyu said, for some immortals, 100 years in the world they created might only be one day in the outside world. They could use the method of adjusting time to avoid disasters. Even if they didn't know about the disasters, any world would be destroyed in front of the ominous sword. This was no exception. Although it was fate, it was also a warning from the ominous sword to the myriad of worlds. A warning to all spirits. The end of the world is coming. Chapter 1550. Although Hao Yin and Dark Sky's energy absorption could not be done in a day or two, Su Yun realized that the small amount of evil qi that leaked out from the sword's sheath and the mystical qi released by the evil sword were of great help to his absorption. He realized that the power of the two ancestors was slowly turning into a clear spring in his body, pouring into his small world, speeding up the development of the small world, and pushing forward the construction of civilization. The memories of the two ancestors were like two huge treasure troves, containing a large number of secrets of the myriad realms. Su Yun relied on the memories of the two ancestors to have a comprehensive understanding of the myriad realms, especially Dark Sky. As someone from the prehistoric era, his memories contained many things that ordinary people could not imagine. The reason why Dark Sky was so strong was because there were many things that belonged to the prehistoric era in the Eternal Deities Council. Su Yun spread out all the fur on his body, gasping for breath, and removed all the defenses on the surface, even going so far as to bare his upper body to absorb the mystical qi that leaked out from the sword sheath. Time was too tight. He had no time. He had to race against time. Every time he absorbed this qi, it would speed up the digestion of this power. As time passed, there were already some cracks on the sword sheath. This sword sheath was made from the divine wood of the nature divine tree, so it would not break easily. The powerful vitality of a nature divine tree was just enough to suppress the fierce qi of the sword. But just the fierce qi of the sword was not enough to suppress the sword. If the sword broke out of the sword sheath by itself, the sword sheath would definitely shatter, and only by releasing it could he protect the sword sheath. If not, Su Yun would completely lose this last safe place. 3 days later, Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the entire immortal world was hazy, as if a thick fog had descended. It was not only the immortal world, but the entire myriad realms were the same. The immortals looked at the sky in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Only the old immortals who had heard of the evil sword annihilation from the ancient books and legends knew about this matter, especially the immortal elders, who immediately spread the news, hoping that the immortals of the immortal world could unite and resist the impending disaster. The immortal world was in an uproar because of the news of the immortal senior. This news also spread across the myriad worlds in a very short period of time. The living beings in the myriad worlds realized that the important figures in the myriad worlds had started to evacuate. However, where could they go? Su Yun stood up. He did not know that the mysterious mist-like qi that was leaking out from the evil sword had already caused the myriad worlds to be in chaos. He wanted to save Ling Qingyu, but if possible, he did not wish to sacrifice the lives of the 10,000 worlds. The ominous sword had already been suppressed, and Ling Qingyu was obviously not going to let the ominous sword destroy the world, to the point where she could no longer handle it. She would definitely choose to sacrifice herself to help the 10,000 worlds. Su Yun could not just watch as Ling Qingyu did that, but since it had come to this, he could only choose to take a gamble. After absorbing the power of the two ancestors, coupled with the complete understanding of the contents of the stone tablet, Su Yun's strength had increased to an unprecedented level, completely surpassing the previous Dark Sky and Hao Yin. The current Su Yun had grown to a level that even he did not know. There was no one in the 10,000 realms who could match him. But even so, what could he do? Before the end of the world, even the strongest person would not be able to escape the destruction of the ominous sword. He picked up the sword sheath and looked at it for a while, took a deep breath, opened the sword sheath, and rushed in. The moment he entered the sword sheath, his vision instantly turned pitch black. He could not see anything clearly, and could only rely on the friction caused by the flow of the ominous qi to capture the position. The ominous sword had already completely broken free from its bindings, and had yet to rush out of the sword sheath. It was all controlled by Ling Qingyu's power. If not for Ling Qingyu, the ominous sword would have already activated its world extermination. Su Yun endured the ominous qi and rushed towards the ominous sword. After absorbing the power of the two ancestors, Su Yun realized that the dense and terrifying ominous qi did not affect him much. But as he continued to move forward, Su Yun heard buzzing sounds coming from the front, and as he continued to move forward, the sound became louder and louder. It was like the trembling of a sword. Su Yun's face was startled, and he increased his speed. As expected, the sound came from the trembling of the ominous sword. He looked over. The ominous sword's trembling pushed away the surrounding ominous qi, only to see that the gigantic sword seemed to be constantly shaken by someone. It looked extremely strange, and in front of the ominous sword floated a figure. The figure released a gray light. It was extremely inconspicuous. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately rushed over. "Su Yun, go take a look at the sword eye." The figure spoke out. It was Ling Qingyu. In the current situation, even if Su Yun rushed over, it would be useless. He could not interfere with the ominous sword struggle. Instead of doing that, he might as well enter the ominous sword and erase the will, allowing the control of the ominous sword to return to Ling Qinyu's hands, and only then would he be able to cure the ominous sword. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded and immediately flew towards the sword eye. The sword eye was extremely large, or it could be said that the ominous sword was originally very large, but the closer he got to the sword eye, the more terrifying the ominous qi became. When he got close to the sword eye, Su Yun felt as though he was swimming in a pool of mud. It became more and more difficult to move, but he clenched his teeth and rushed forward. Even though the ominous qi had started to corrode his body, he did not feel anything, as though he did not know what pain was. The sword eye was a gigantic crack on the ominous sword. But the moment, the crack had already been sealed by a layer of blood. The blood seemed to have crystallized, blocking Su Yun's path. This was the crystallization formed from the blood of the 10,000 spirits after the world extermination. Its hardness was something that even the ancestors could not destroy. Su Yun held onto the death sword tightly and fiercely thrusted towards the crystal. Clang! The tip of the death sword pressed against the crystal, releasing a crisp sound, but it was unable to advance at all and did not even leave a mark. Su Yun did not give up. He continued to attack with the death sword. The ancestors' power continued to be activated. The place where the death sword struck was like a blossoming flower. It was extremely beautiful. The ominous sword seemed to have a reaction because of the attack and started to tremble even more intensely. Ling Qinyu's body in front of the ominous sword also started to sway more and more, and her body started to dim. Seeing that, Su Yun did not dare to attack anymore. Continuously attacking the sword, I was not only useless, but would instead agitate the ominous sword, giving Ling Qinyu pressure. This is not the way to go. If the ominous sword is agitated because of this, causing you to be unable to control it, then the situation will still become very bad. Su Yun retreated to Ling Qinyu's side and injected a large amount of ancestors' power into her body, allowing Ling Qinyu to recover slightly. Ling Qinyu exhaled. Her face was still pale white. She looked at the ominous sword and said slowly, "I have to think of a way to break the crystal at the sword eye. It's just that I don't know what to do at the moment, Su Yun. I can still buy you some time. Quickly think of a way." "You don't have to be anxious. There will definitely be a way," Su Yun said, his thoughts quickly spinning. He once again flew in front of the sword and stared at the sword eye, but he did not choose to attack. Instead, he carefully examined it. The crystal at the eye of the sword was formed from the blood and ferocious aura of 10,000 spirits. It was also mixed with countless ferocious sword intents. After countless years of accumulation, it was hard to describe how strong it had become. However, it was still a substance that belonged to the heavens and all things in the world. Everything in the world could be broken, and even ferocious swords were no exception. Since it was formed from blood, then the blood was the main factor. If he could purify the blood, he would definitely be able to break through the crystal. And the main thing to purify the blood of the strong was recorded in Su Yun's memories. After absorbing so many people's souls, Su Yun had also plundered a lot of their memories, and coincidentally, there was a way to do it in Dark Sky's memories. Qingyu, how long can you last? Su Yun thought of something and asked anxiously. How many days do you need? Ling Qingyu was not in a hurry to answer, but asked instead. 10 days. No problem. Hurry up and go, she said. As she spoke, she seemed to be holding her breath, as if she wanted Su Yun to know that she was actually in a good state. Su Yun's brows twitched, but he did not say anything else. He nodded and turned to rush out of the sword sheath. Wait for me. After Su Yun left, the heaviness on Ling Qingyu's face became even more obvious. After leaving the sword sheath's world, Su Yun brought the sword sheath and rushed towards the Wanhua realm. At this moment, the myriad realms were in chaos, and everyone was frightened by the inexplicable fog. People's fear towards the unknown would not disappear just because of the increase in strength. Su Yun's speed was extremely fast. He only needed a breath of time to pass through the realm, and the gate to the immortal realm could no longer stop him. Even if the gate was tightly shut, he could break all the seals with a single thought, and no one could stop him. However, ever since the fall of the immortal court, the gate to the immortal realm had been left unguarded. After leaving the immortal realm, Su Yun entered the ultimate martial world. After entering the ultimate martial sacred plane, he rushed all the way to the Wanhua realm. But just as he approached the Wanhua realm, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Wanhua realm. That person was the Master Subhoodie. The Master Subhoodie seemed to be waiting for his arrival. He had been standing there for a long time. When Su Yun saw the familiar figure, he immediately stopped and cupped his fists. Teacher, the Master Subhoodie sized up Su Yun, nodded slightly, and laughed. You are no longer the same as before, but as the master of the myriad realms, you are still so respectful to me, an old man with only 3 taels of strength. It is enough to show that you have a sincere heart. A teacher for a day, a father for life. I, Su Yun, will never dare to forget the teachings that teacher has given me. No matter how high a position I stand in the future, I will still be me and will not change. Su Yun said, Very good. I did not misjudge you. The Master Subhoodie seemed very pleased. Why is teacher here? It shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Are you waiting for me? Su Yun asked. The Master Subhoodie nodded his head. That's right. I am indeed waiting for you. And with regard to this matter, I want to give you some advice. Chapter 1551. Sincere advice? Not really, but there are some things I still need to tell you. After all, this time, it concerns the survival of all the living beings in the 10,000 realms, and whether or not this world should be cleansed. Master Subhoodie said. It seemed like the Master already knew that the evil sword was about to appear. It was just that his cultivation was not high, and even an ordinary immortal could completely crush him. How did he know about this? And he even knew that I was coming? How terrifying was Su Yun's current strength? Even a fortune-telling technique was unable to be used on him. So how did the Master Subhoodie know? From the looks of it, the Master Subhoodie was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Su Yun once again bowed to his master and said, Teacher, what teachings do you have? This student is all ears. You are pressed for time, so I won't waste your time. The Master Subhoodie said directly, Su Yun, the appearance of the evil sword this time is the end of fate. It is the inevitable result. All the living beings in the 10,000 realms have this calamity. It is all because of fate. I know that you want to stop the evil sword, save all the living beings, save the people you care about, but you also know once you stop the evil sword from exterminating the world, it will extend your fate, and fate, in reality, is an existence that controls the life and death of all living beings. You can extend it, but you can't end it. Then all living beings will still not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. When the part that you continue to extend comes to an end, all living beings will still face the fate of being destroyed. The only difference is, at that time, the end may be different. Hearing that, Su Yun was confused. Continuation? With regards to fate, Su Yun did not have a clear concept, and it was the same for the Fortune Master. Teacher, what do you mean? Could it be that the existence of the myriad of worlds in the universe is based on fate? That's not the case. The master subhoodie shook his head. The birth of all living things requires a foundation, a base number, and only with this as a platform can they grow. But now, this fate is no longer a platform for the living beings of the myriad realms, but a shackle that binds them, a window that peeks into their future. The living beings of the myriad realms, no matter how great or how small, actually need to be controlled by them. No one can interfere, and now, the evil sword wants to destroy all of this. To completely destroy all of these living beings that want to escape its control, to end their fate. But the end of one fate represents the beginning of another fate. All of this will continue to grow and continue to flow. Su-Yun, if you want to control your own fate, you have to break this cycle. Let fate be in your hands. Only then would he not be bound by fate. As for you, you will also be able to pursue the truth that you want to pursue in the end. Master Subhoodie said seriously. Every word he said gave Su-Yun too much shock. He had never heard of any of this before, not even in the memories of Dark Sky and Hao Yin. In the memories of the two ancestors, there was only the constant increase in cultivation, the pursuit of the highest realm, and the pursuit of eternal life. However, the so-called fate had long been imperceptibly influenced in their hearts. They had never thought of going over to resist fate. However, even a powerful ancestor like Dark Sky had not comprehended such a concept. So how could his master understand it? Master, what should I do? Su-Yun asked anxiously. This, you have to rely on yourself. The master Subhoodie looked at Su-Yun seriously, his eyes revealing too much anticipation and desire. He said solemnly, in this myriad of worlds, there are countless people who chase after benefits, and there are many who pursue the great Tao, but those who truly wake up and realize that everyone is actually bound by fate can be counted with one's fingers. Su-Yun, you are one of them. My master is incompetent, although I can see the essence of some things, but what can I do? My strength is small, not to mention overturning fate. Even changing fate is extremely difficult, but you're different. The current you already possess the qualifications to fight against fate, so this time, go all out. As the master Subhoodie's voice fell, he suddenly raised his hand and wiped his eyes. When he lowered his hand, two sparkling and translucent eyeballs that were like stars appeared in his palm. Teacher, Su-Yun shouted anxiously, my parents are actually people from the Great Desolation. Before the world was exterminated, they sensed the impending calamity and used their boundless magic power to seal me in the Wanhua realm's boundary compendium, which is also under the roots of the nature divine tree, and turn me into stubborn rock. Although I survived the evil sword extermination, I was also harmed by the evil sword extermination, and even if my talent was peerless, it would be difficult for my cultivation to improve. This pair of eyes, one is my father's, and the other is my mother's. This is a pair of reincarnation eyes. With these eyes, you can see an existence that transcends fate. Take it. The master Subhoodie closed his eyes and said slowly. Su-Yun's nose turned sour. His eyes turned red. He knew that this was not only because his master had entrusted him with such a great responsibility, but also because of his concern for him and the relationship between master and disciple. Su-Yun received the eyes of Samsara and stuffed it into his own eyes. The eyes of Samsara was like a melting ice cube fusing into his eyes. In that moment, Su-Yun felt as if his mind and body had completely merged into one, and he could already see everything that was happening in the Wanhua realm. He raised his head and looked up, and through the boundary outline, he could clearly see everything that was happening in the Wanhua realm, and even the immortal realm could be seen clearly. No wonder the master knew everything. It turned out that he had been watching him through these eyes. Hurry up and go. There's not much time left. The master Subhoodie said slowly. Yes. Su-Yun nodded his head and continued. Master, didn't I send someone here to invite you to the true devil realm? If you are here, if the evil sword exterminates the world, you will definitely suffer a calamity. Please quickly head to the true devil realm. Your people have indeed come, but whether you go to the true devil realm or not, it does not matter. I like this peaceful place. I don't want to go anywhere. I've already lived enough. I have also seen through it. I will wait here no matter what will greet me will definitely be a new world," he said with a smile. His dry voice was filled with carefreeness. Su Yun was startled for a moment. Looking at his master's ancient face, he suddenly had an epiphany. He took 2 steps back, knelt down, and kowtowed to his master. Then he stood up and cupped his fists. "Teacher, this student will be leaving first. A teacher for a day, a father for life." Although his master did not teach him anything about cultivation, he had given him too much in terms of life and mental state. When he was confused, he had pointed out the direction for him. "I hope we will have the chance to meet again." "We will meet again," Su Yun said seriously, then turned and entered the Wanhua realm. Master Subhoodie closed his eyes tightly. Facing the entrance of the Wanhua realm, he stood there for a while. With a smile on his face, he turned and walked into the distance, his figure gradually disappearing. After entering the Wanhua realm, Su Yun immediately headed towards the realm tree. The Wanhua realm was the nature realm of the past, but Su Yun did not know the relationship between the realm tree and the nature tree. Although the nature tree had been made into a sword sheath, who knew if the realm tree could be made into a new wooden box? If it could be made, then there would be another layer of protection. At this moment, the Wanhua realm was also filled with a mystical aura that was being emitted by the evil sword. This place should have been filled with greenery and a flourishing scene, but at the moment, it was hazy and could not seem more than 10 meters away. The people of the Wanhua realm had already received the orders from the realm master and were preparing to evacuate the true devil realm. Furthermore, the people of the Wanhua realm were also trying their best to help the people of the other realms evacuate. But the realm master himself knew that Su Yun was planning to use the sword sheath to help these people avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. "Who is it?" A low shout came out, and the sound of sprinting came out from the fog. A row of Wanhua realm soldiers rushed over. The people of the Wanhua realm could use flowers, plants, trees, and other plants to sense people in any direction. Even if their line of sight was blocked and the fog was hazy, it would not affect their senses much. "I am Su Yun. Are you people of the realm tree?" Su Yun bellowed. The soldiers ran over and sized up the man in black robes. All of them revealed looks of surprise. "Lord Su Yun, are you the legendary Master Su Yun?" All of their eyes were wide open, but if it was a normal situation, they would definitely not believe it. But right now, the Myriad Worlds was in an inexplicable crisis, so they would not be too surprised if Su Yun appeared at this time. "Is a lord here to save us?" "My lord, what exactly happened? Why did the Wanhua realm become like this? Is the realm master with you?" They were also humans and had countless questions in their hearts. It was just that the things they could do now were too small, and Su Yun did not have much time to explain to them. "Where's Rong Myuk?" he asked in a low voice. "The Prime Minister is in the realm tree," a soldier said. "You guys guard this place." Su Yun immediately leaped up and left, transforming into a ray of light that shot towards the realm tree. From the gate to the realm tree, it only took a single breath of time. With Su Yun's current speed, no one could surpass him. Through the reincarnation eyes, Su Yun immediately caught sight of Rong Myuk, who was in a meeting with the higher-ups of the Wanhua realm inside the realm tree. He immediately appeared in the center of the hall. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they saw who it was. They all stood up. Rong Myuk was the first to bow and shouted, "Rong Myuk greets Master Su Yun." "Su Yun?" Some of the people who had never seen Su Yun before were startled and anxiously followed the others to bow. The people inside the realm tree were shouting nonstop. "Sit down and talk," Su Yun said, his gaze landing on Rong Myuk. He then looked around and said, "I don't have much time. I came here to ask you guys some questions." "Master, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it," Rong Myuk said respectfully. Even though he had a stomach full of doubts that he wanted Su Yun to solve, he knew that Su Yun's matter was definitely more important. If not, he would not have come from the immortal world. "It's about the nature divine tree. Do any of you know anything about it?" Su Yun asked directly. "Nature divine tree?" With that said, the hall fell silent. Chapter 1552. Su Yun felt that something was amiss. Why was it that when they talked about the nature tree, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded? Could it be that the tree of nature was still a taboo that could not be discussed in the Wanhua realm? Does no one know? Su-Yun asked. Rong Myuk stood up, sighed, and cupped his fists. Master, you might not know, but in our Wanhua realm, the matter regarding the Tree of Nature is indeed a rather special matter. Under such circumstances, very few people are willing to talk about it because what it represents is death. As the realm with the most vitality in the myriad realms, the Wanhua realm was extremely repulsive towards death, just like the opposition between light and darkness. Darkness hated light. Before the existence of the Tree of Nature, this place was called the Realm of Nature, and at that time, the Realm of Nature was definitely not on the scale of the current Wanhua realm. At that time, the Realm of Nature was a huge realm that could compete with the Immortal Realm, and the Guardian of the Realm was also an existence of the Ancestor level. The Realm of Nature symbolizes life and hope, and in the history books of my Wanhua realm, in that sacred era, the Realm of Nature was the purest and most respected realm. However, because of one thing, the Realm of Nature was destroyed in an instant, and countless living beings were destroyed. That flourishing realm, in an instant, turned into a barren land. Speaking till here, Rong Myuk's face was still filled with lingering fear. Su-Yun stared, but he heard Rong Myuk continue to speak. The main reason why the Realm of Nature is so lively and prosperous is because in the center of the Realm of Nature, there is a tree of life. It is that tree that gives the natural world endless life force, allowing all things to flourish. But the evil sword is about to destroy the world, and in order to preserve the fire of life, the Guardian of Nature uprooted the Tree of Nature and made it into a wooden box. However, her actions directly caused the destruction of the natural world, and all of these were recorded by the people at that time, and were buried under the Tree of Nature at the same time. After the ancestors of our Wanhua realm discovered it, they recorded it in the history books, and this matter is also worth investigating, but that terrifying matter made the people of our Wanhua realm extremely afraid, and also extremely afraid. This realm tree of ours grew out of the land after the Tree of Nature died. This is an ancient seed. Although its life force cannot be compared to the Tree of Nature, it is still very exuberant, and its use is equivalent to the relationship between the Tree of Nature and the natural world. If it is pulled out, the Wanhua realm will immediately be destroyed, and this place will become a barren land where no life will survive. Rong Myuk said carefully. Obviously, he had already received some news, and Su-Yun's arrival made him vaguely guess something. Everyone's gazes landed on Su-Yun. No one dared to speak. In fact, if Su-Yun really wanted to seize the realm tree, no one would dare stop him. The current Su-Yun could already decide the life and death of anyone. Su-Yun was silent. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but he had heard of the matter of the realm tree being related to the fate of the Wanhua realm before, but he did not expect the relationship to be so deep. Prime Minister Rong, you don't have to worry too much. I won't pull out the realm tree. Just then, Su-Yun spoke up. As the sound of his voice faded, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But I need a portion of the realm tree's essence. Su-Yun added. Rong Myuk was startled and asked, a portion of the essence? Master, what do you mean by that? I need the purest divine wood in the realm tree, of course. It is not hollow. I have an important use for it. You all must give it to me, if not, the Wanhua realm will not be able to protect it. I only need a portion of the divine wood, although the realm tree will wither a lot, but it should not die. Su-Yun said. Everyone looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. If the realm tree was harmed, the Wanhua realm would obviously be affected a lot. Compared to the Wanhua realm being destroyed, this was already very light. What are you hesitating for? Su-Yun bellowed. Seeing that, Rong Myuk immediately stood up, cupped his fists, and said, Master, I will follow you to retrieve the realm tree's essence. Please follow me. Prime Minister, someone stood up and shouted. But Rong Myuk shook his head. I know that everyone is reluctant, but for the sake of the Wanhua realm, we have to do it. Back then, the guardian of the natural world was willing to destroy the natural world to preserve the fire of life. Compared to her, what is our sacrifice? After everyone heard this, they no longer said anything. Sometimes, it was necessary to pay a price for a greater harvest and preservation. One must not lose sight of the bigger picture. Rong-Yuk brought Su Yun to the bottom of the realm tree. There was no road there, and only when they reached a spacious and open wooden ground did Rong-Yuk stop. When the two of them arrived at the spacious wooden ground, Su Yun could feel an extremely dense life force gushing out from within. It penetrated through the thick bark and was released outwards. Even the ancestor could not ignore this tenacious and vigorous life force. This life force seemed to have spread throughout the entire Wanhua realm. I have been the prime minister of the Wanhua realm for a few hundred years, and I know the realm tree like the back of my hand. Master, if you want to take it, starting from here 300 meters down, it will definitely not cause the realm tree to wither, but if it goes past this point, it will be hard to say. Rong-Yuk said. Su Yun nodded his head. He stared at the vigorous life force of the divine wood beneath his feet, took a deep breath, raised his hand and waved it down. A burst of chi flew out from his fingertip, bursting out in all directions, and then flew into the divine wood, disappearing without a trace. Rong-Yuk was startled. Before he could even react, he saw the divine wood beneath him trembling crazily. Following that, the divine wood beneath him quickly changed, instantly turning into a thin piece of wood the size of a toothpick, and beneath him there was actually a hole. A huge hole appeared, and he was floating in the air. The surging life force quickly weakened, and the scene changed in the blink of an eye, causing Rong-Yuk to be unable to adapt to it. Master, the essence of the realm tree, the divine wood, it's already been compressed by me. Su Yun said indifferently. I don't have the time to explain it to you now. I still have other places to go, so I won't stay here for long. I have already sent people here to inform you to head to the true devil realm immediately. You guys hurry up and leave. There's not much time left. With that, Su Yun turned and leaped, disappearing. Seeing that, Rong-Yuk did not dare hesitate any longer, and immediately ordered the people of the Wanhua realm to quickly evacuate. At least this time, he could not let the Wanhua realm follow in the footsteps of the natural world. After leaving the Wanhua realm, Su Yun did not return to the immortal realm, but directly headed towards the evil realm. From the evil realm side, it was unknown how many years it would take for him to return. For a powerful ancestor like Su Yun to enter the evil realm, almost no one would stop him, and no one would be able to stop him. He wanted to head to the center of the evil realm, which was the sovereign king city that he had built after unifying the evil realm. Ever since Su Yun left, the Evil Sword sect had always been secretly supported by the people of the Beiyang, and not long after, the entire evil realm was controlled by the Evil Sword sect. Of course, the Evil Sword sect leader Chen Tianxia was not an evil person. Although he had obtained the entire evil realm, all these years he had always been obedient and focused on searching for the Evil Sword Dao. Although he did not contribute much to the evil realm, he had not harmed the evil realm in all these years. After entering the evil realm, with a thought, Su Yun instantly entered the sovereign king city. The idea spread out, and everything around the sovereign king city was clearly seen by him. However, he did not find Chen Tianxia. On the contrary, in the sovereign king's mansion in the center of the sovereign king city, he sensed an aura that was much stronger than the evil beings in the city. Su Yun had also sent people over to take a look, especially the people from the Evil Sword sect. Half of them had already entered the true devil realm, and the rest were on their way to the true devil realm. Although they did not understand why they had to go to the true devil realm, that was hard for them to look at. But this was the order of the Evil Sword King. Towards Su Yun, the people of the Evil Sword sect had absolute trust. The Sovereign King city was not very lively, but everyone seemed to be in a hurry, and many of the cultivation mansions were already empty. Su Yun landed in front of the Sovereign King's mansion and immediately stepped in. The moment those evil beings who wanted to stop Su Yun saw Su Yun, they could not help but bow down and worship. An existence of this level was enough to conquer anyone in a single breath. He did not hide anything, and the people in the mansion also noticed the arrival of Su Yun, a guest, and immediately walked out, shouting, "Who is it? How dare you come to my sovereign king's mansion and behave atrociously?" Su Yun retracted his innate aura, smiled at the figure that walked out, and said, "Ian, long time no see. How have you been? You are?" Chun Yun was startled. She looked at Su Yun in a daze, and only regained her senses after a long while. Her face was filled with shock. Her tongue seemed to be tied, and she said, "You are Big Brother Su Yun? You are Big Brother Su Yun?" Su Yun smiled and nodded his head. Chun Yun covered her cherry lips with her small hands. Her eyes flickered. She held back her tears and finally ran over, throwing herself into Su Yun's embrace, and started crying. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately comforted her. "Ian, what's wrong? Why are you crying when you see Big Brother?" "Yes, someone bullied me, disturbing my mind all day, making me unable to live in peace. It makes me feel so much pain." Who? Who dares to pester you like this?" Su Yun was angry. "This person is right in front of me," Chun Yun said angrily. Su Yun was startled and then laughed bitterly. "Where have you been all these years? I even thought that something bad had happened to you. Did you forget about the people in the evil realm who cared about you?" Chun Yun sobbed lightly. Su Yun was immersed in his memories. The time when they were together, the time when he was in danger, the time when he had friends and warmth in the cold after a long while. He said gently, "How could I? In this lifetime, I will never forget." Chapter 1553. Father has already received your orders. He plans to lead the people of the evil realm to leave and head to the true devil realm. Most of the people in the evil sword sect have already entered the true devil realm, and some of the people in the evil realm are also on their way to the true devil realm. But there are some people who are obstructing them and not allowing Father to bring them away. They think that this is a trick played by the people who are plotting against the evil realm, and that the 10,000 realms are not threatened at all, and everything is just a big conspiracy. For this, there have been a few chaotic battles in the evil realm, and many people have died, but Father's cultivation has been stuck at a bottleneck for so many years, and even with the support of the people of Beiyang, his cultivation has improved a little, but he still cannot suppress the evil realm by himself. Chun Yun then told Su Yun about the things that happened in the evil realm in the years that Su Yun was gone. After Su Yun left, the evil realm was in a state of peace. Su Yun's strong rise, the establishment of the sovereign king city, adding the consolidation of the evil sword sect, and Su Yun's backing, the evil realm was actually unified. The evil realm people also cultivated in the peaceful days. The various strong martial artists of the evil realm also knew their place and did not invade each other. The evil realm had not experienced such a peaceful era for a long time, but the world that was united for a long time had to be divided for a long time. Su Yun had left, and there was no news of him for a long time. Just relying on the evil sword sect, it was impossible to unify the evil realm for a long time. Furthermore, Chun Tianxie did not have the heart to manage the evil realm. He was wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, and the internal problems of the evil realm were slowly growing, especially when the immortal world was in turmoil. A few powerful immortals entered other realms and occupied a mountain as a king. The evil realm also had a group of powerful existences descend, and their appearance broke the peace of the evil realm. Although Su Yun had unified the evil realm, Su Yun had disappeared for too long, and people had already forgotten about his prestige, and some even suspected that Su Yun did not exist. Chun Yun was also unable to contact Su Yun. After all, at that time, Su Yun was still fighting with the experts in the immortal world and did not have the time to care about the matters here. If he could get the news, Su Yun only needed to send an immortal to settle the matter here. However, now that the calamity was approaching, there were many things that needed to be done. Su Yun did not want to spend too much time on this. How many people from the evil realm have not left? Su Yun asked. After those people descended to the evil realm, they used all sorts of methods to obtain the loyalty of a group of evil realm people. It seems like they do not intend to leave the evil realm. Since these people want to stay here and wait for death, then let them be. Su Yun did not want to save those foolish people. I thought so too, but Father could not bear it. Chun Yun sighed. Hearing that, Su Yun frowned. What do you mean? Among these people, a small portion of them used to be from the evil sword sect. Evil sword sect? How is this possible? Su Yun was surprised. If it was the people from the evil sword sect, Su Yun would never understand why they would give up on following Chen Tianxia and the rest, since they had personally witnessed the construction of the sovereign king city. The people from the Evil Sword sect would definitely not leave so easily, but those people used despicable methods to affect their state of mind, forcing them to follow those people, because those people needed the Evil Sword sect's call, because only when the people from the evil realm saw the people from the Evil Sword sect joining them would they truly believe that the Evil Sword sect was no longer as glorious as it was in the past, so they would choose them. Chen Yun sighed and said slowly, "This method is really despicable. Father couldn't bear to give up on these people, so he didn't leave. He personally led a group of people to the Lin Xia Mountain, intending to bring the Evil Sword sect people away. I'm here waiting for Father and the rest to return." Chen Yun said. Hearing that, Su Yun asked, "How long has sect leader been gone?" "It's already been 4 days. It's only a day's journey to the Lin Xia Mountain, but there's still no news. I'm worried that Father must have met with trouble. I intend to gather people, head to the Lin Xia Mountain. No matter what happens, at least we have to save Father first. Don't waste time. Yun, follow me," Su Yun said, and extended his hand to Chen Yun. "Just the two of us?" Chen Yun was stunned. She knew that the current Su Yun was definitely not the same as before. He was definitely very strong, but she knew the situation over there. To be able to fight against the Evil Sword sect, the power of the group of people was not to be underestimated. With just Su Yun and her, could they bring Chen Tianxia out? Su Yun shook his head and smiled. "Don't look down on your big brother, Su Yun. The current me should not have much of a problem dealing with these people. Time is of the essence. Come with me." Chen Yun's heart was still perturbed, but towards Su Yun, she still had absolute trust, so she nodded and said, "All right." With that, her gaze landed on Su Yun's extended hand. Her face flushed red, and she placed her hand on it. Su Yun smiled and immediately held onto her hand, his body moving. Voila! A strange, soul-shivering feeling assaulted Chen Yun's heart. Following that, the scenery in front of her suddenly spun. Before Chen Yun could even react to what was happening, she saw the scenery in front of her changing. The scenery in the Sovereign King City had long disappeared, and what replaced it was a gigantic and demonic mountain peak. The mountain was extremely huge, and evil chi lingered. One could see many evil realm people entering and exiting the mountain. The mountain path was already guarded by powerful evil realm people. Everything looked extremely strict. The security was tight. "This is..." Chen Yun looked around, her mouth slightly opened, and asked in surprise. "This is the Lin Xia Mountain that you mentioned," Su Yun said. "Lin Xia Mountain?" Chen Yun's face was filled with disbelief, and she asked, "How is that possible? I didn't tell you where the Lin Xia Mountain is." "You? How do you know?" "That's simple." Su Yun laughed. "I just need to expand my divine sense and extend it for 1,000,000 miles, as long as within this 100,000 miles, if anyone talks about the Lin Xia Mountain, I will know. And to find the location of the Lin Xia Mountain, it will be easy. Forget about the location. There are many things about the Lin Xia Mountain I already know," Su Yun said. Hearing that, Chen Yun felt confused. She completely did not understand what Su Yun was talking about. Divine sense expansion? What was divine sense? Could it be a technique that only immortals who cultivated to the realm of immortals? Su Yun, among the immortals, what level of existence was he? He should be very powerful, right? She stared blankly at the man dressed in black. For some reason, she felt that the man in front of her was very mysterious. She did not understand the man in front of her at all. "Let's go," Su Yun said, and walked toward the mountain gate. The evil chi in the Lin Xia Mountain was different from the evil chi in the Sovereign King City. The evil chi here was much colder, much colder. But just at this time, the evil realm person who was guarding the mountain path saw the two of them walking over and immediately shouted, "Stop! Where did you guys come from? Get the hell away from me." Hearing that, Chen Yun was immediately angered. The evil realm person's strength was very low. He was many realms weaker than her. To actually use such words to speak to her, it had to be known that with the help of the Bei Yang people, Chen Yun was already in existence that had stepped into the Spirit Master realm. If Su Yun helped her, she could rise to the Sky Spirit Master realm in a few days. But Su Yin raised his hand and stopped the angry her. Don't be angry. If you want to be angry because of him, then the people on this mountain can anger you to death. Su Yin laughed. Chunyin nodded and did not say anything else. However, the two of them had only exchanged a few words, but it had already caused the guards over there to be very unhappy. Bastard! You dare to ignore me? I will teach you a lesson right now. The guard said angrily. He was used to using Su Yun's might. Seeing that the two of them did not put him in his eyes, he felt that he had lost face, and immediately pulled out the blade at his waist, and without any hesitation, he slashed towards Su Yun's head. The evil chi of the blade exploded. This person was ruthless and cruel. He did not even consider Su Yun's life. Damn it! Chun Yun was completely enraged and was about to attack. But in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, two fingers suddenly extended out and caught the descending evil blade. Chun Yun and the man's mind trembled. They did not even see when Su Yun made his move speed. It was probably not just speed because they could not even feel the flow of the wind. Terrifying. Chun Yun's heart inexplicably surged with these two words. The evil realm person who was holding the blade regained his senses. He stared at Su Yun and immediately pulled out the blade, but he continuously used strength, but was unable to pull the blade back. The other party's two fingers were like iron pincers, tightly clamping onto the blade. No matter how much strength he used, he was unable to pull it out. Faster, let go! The guard was furious. His other fist directly punched towards Su Yun's face. But before his fist could reach, his entire body suddenly retreated a few steps, his entire body trembling. Both of his legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. He looked at his own hands in fear, as though he was experiencing despair and pain. Such a miraculous change caused Chun Yun to be extremely curious, but she could feel the power of the person in front of her was dropping at an extremely terrifying speed. In less than 5 breaths of time, he had already become an ordinary evil realm person without any strength. The current him was not even a spirit novice disciple. How can this be? What did you do to me? What did you do to me? The evil realm person roared, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Normally, you like to bully others like a fox using a tiger's might, thinking that you have some small accomplishments in your strength, and wantonly slaughtered the weak, the innocent people who died in your hands. Did you ever think about them? If I want to kill you, it is easy, but I am more willing to see you become a so-called weakling and let you have a taste of their pain. Su Yun said indifferently. He did not even look at the man and pulled Chun Yun up the mountain. The guards felt that something was wrong and immediately gathered the other evil realm people and ran towards Su Yun. Chapter 1554. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Kill this rascal. He crippled my cultivation. Kill him. The evil being on the ground shouted with all his might. Hearing that, everyone took out their evil blades and surrounded Su Yun. Who are you people? Are you from the Sovereign King City too? One of the evil beings shouted. Scram, I don't have much time to waste. I'll give you a chance. Leave immediately. And you can keep your lives if you don't listen to me and lose your life. Don't regret it. Su Yun said indifferently. In his eyes, these evil beings were no longer necessary. The higher-ups looked at the insignificant living beings. They had a sense of indifference. It was not because of their nature, but because of the coldness brought about by power. How arrogant! These evil beings obviously did not listen to him. They snorted, and all of them rushed forward. Seeing that, Su Yun shook his head. Don't blame me for this. With that said, he exhaled, and the people who were like jackals and wolves stopped moving. Like statues, they maintained their posture a second ago. Chun Yun stared blankly at the strange scene. She was already very sure it was definitely done by Su Yun, but how did he do it? Did he have some kind of terrifying treasure? Or did he use some other methods? Chun Yun looked at Su Yun in a daze, but Su Yun pulled her hand and walked forward. When Su Yun's body touched those people, they were like sand, blown away by the wind, not leaving a trace. Seeing that, Chun Yun felt her mind go blank. These people died just like that? What did Su Yun do? What did he do to these people? What exactly was going on? But Su Yun did not give them an answer, but pulled her directly into the Lin Xie mountain. Everything that happened ended in that moment. There were evil beings everywhere in the mountain. All of them looked at Su Yun strangely, until someone from the bottom of the mountain sent a message, saying that the two of them were intruders. Then the evil beings all took out their weapons, planning to capture the two of them. But every time they got close to Su Yun, they would immediately kneel down, their cultivation would disappear, and they would continuously kowtow to Su Yun, worshipping him. This was the primogenitor's aura, stripping you of everything, even your dignity. Along the way, no one stopped him. Su Yun went all the way to the peak of the Lin Xie mountain and stopped in front of the huge manor. At this moment, in the manor, two groups of people were facing each other with equal harshness, and one of them belonged to Chen Tianxie. Although Chen Tianxie did not contribute much to the evil realm, but he cared a lot about his evil sword sect. Towards everyone in the evil sword sect, he had a special bond. Today, he was here to save his evil sword sect disciples, to bring them out of the evil realm and escape from danger. A few hundred years ago, four powerful spirit cultivators descended from the evil realm. These four people called themselves Feng, Lin, Huashan. They called themselves the Evil King. They had the terrifying power of a spirit master cultivator. In the evil realm, they were kings other than Chen Yun and Chen Tianxie. Almost no one was their opponent. Su Yun did not show up for a long time. Chen Tianxie did not manage the matters of the evil realm. So the four of them took advantage of the loophole. They started to form factions to fight against Chen Tianxie with the intention of taking down the evil realm to use it as their cultivation realm. Everyone had their own ambitions. If the evil beings thought that going to Feng Linshan was better than staying in the Sovereign King City, then forget it. Chen Tianxie would not force them to stay. But Feng Linshan used illusion techniques to lure the evil sword sect people to join their forces to break down the evil sword sect and the Sovereign King City. Then Chen Tianxie would not agree. But Feng Linshan still had hostages. He did not dare to bring people to attack. He could only bring a group of people to negotiate. Inside the manor, Feng Linshan was already there. The four of them sat on the highest four chairs. On both sides were the experts of Ling Xie Mountain. The manor was overflowing with evil qi. There were many evil beings gathered outside, and Chen Tianxie only had a few people. Compared to Ling Xie Mountain's power, it was obviously much weaker. I've already said, I can give you the evil realm, but you must hand over my people. Chen Tianxie stared at the four people sitting on top and said coldly. The four of them did not have any evil qi. They were just normal spirit cultivators. Compared to the evil beings, they were extremely out of place. Sect leader Chen, Lin Xie, and the rest joined our Rin Xie mountain willingly. I didn't force them. Where did this talk about handing them over come from? Evil Wind King, who was sitting on the left, opened his eyes slowly and said calmly, "That's right, they joined willingly. Everyone has their own ambitions. They felt that the evil sword sect is not suitable for them to develop. So they came to my Ling Xie mountain. Why? Don't tell me you want to force them to stay in the evil sword sect?" Evil Fire King, who was at the side, also spoke. "I have fate with Lin Xie and the rest. I've already accepted them as my last disciple, Sect Leader Chen. Now that you're here to ask for them, where do you put me?" Evil Wind King also spoke. His voice was extremely impolite. "Sect Leader Chen, you are also a person. How can you have the cheek to come here to ask for people? If I were you, I would immediately turn around and leave, ashamed to see anyone." Ha ha! Everyone in the hall instantly burst into laughter. Chen Tianxie's face was a little ugly, but he still suppressed his anger. His personal strength was actually stronger than these people, but when the four of them attacked at the same time, he had no chance of winning. "What are you laughing at? Sect Leader Chen is your senior. How can you laugh at your senior like this? All of you shut up. If this gets out, people will think that I, Ling Xie Mountain, have no discipline." Evil Wind King harumphed. Everyone in the hall immediately shut up. It was dead silent. Even though he said that, but the laughter in everyone's eyes did not diminish at all. Chen Tianxie glanced at the four of them and said, "So, you guys don't want to hand them over? Seems like Sect Leader Chen is not as wise as I thought. I have already made it very clear." Evil Wind King said indifferently, "If that's the case, then I have no other choice. They did not join your Ling Xie Mountain willingly. but we're bewitched by your illusion. I cannot abandon my people. If not, how can I still have the face to be the sect leader of the Evil Sword sect? Since you're not willing to hand them over, then we can only fight. Fight? Sect leader Chun, are you planning to start a war with my Lingxia Mountain? Evil Wind King laughed. No other choice. If you do this, it will only cause more people to lose their lives. I do not agree. Evil Wind King shook his head. That is not up to you. Chen Xie said coldly. I know, but if we really want to fight, why don't we fight one-on-one? How about that? Evil Wind King said. Fight one-on-one? Chen Xie frowned. However, the Evil Wind King continued. Let's have a fair fight between us. No one will interfere. If you win, I'll let Lin Xie and the rest go. I won't stop you. If you lose, I want you to destroy your cultivation base in front of everyone. What? This is too much. Sect leader, you can't agree to him. This is not fair. The people behind Chen Xie immediately shouted and tried to dissuade him. But Chen Xie took a step forward and said, All right, sect leader, everyone exclaimed. You don't have to persuade me. If I fight one-on-one, I have a chance of winning. If I can't take Lin Xie and the rest away today, how am I going to explain to my people? Chen Xie insisted, then looked at Evil Wind King and said, Let's begin. Haha, good. You are really straightforward. Since sect leader Chun is so confident, I'll let you down if I'm afraid of the slightest thing. Evil Wind King laughed out loud and leaped, and the people in the hall immediately retreated. The two experts were going to fight. The atmosphere became serious, and everyone did not even blink as they stared at the person in the middle. Suddenly, Evil Wind King moved, and his movement was ferocious. All the chairs in the hall flew over, and they gathered into a huge ball in his hand, and he threw it at Chen Xie. Chen Xie did not dodge at all, and let the chair hit him. Evil energy flowed out of his body, and a terrifying evil shadow suddenly appeared behind him, smashing the chair into pieces. He moved too, and an afterimage flashed, and he landed in front of Evil Wind King. Both of his fists and the evil shadow's fists were thrown, and the power was extremely terrifying. However, as soon as the four fists were thrown, a strange wind suddenly appeared around Evil Wind King, and the wind turned into four vortexes, blocking the fists that were coming down. Wind is my hand. Evil Wind King laughed sinisterly, and both of his fists struck towards Chen Xie fiercely. But he was too careless. Chen Xie had roamed the evil realm for so many years, and had met all kinds of opponents, although Evil Wind King had some methods. But compared to Chen Xie, he was still much weaker. But Chen Xie's chest released a jet black evil chi. The evil chi contained a terrifying corrosive power. Evil Wind King's fists were immediately engulfed by the corrosive evil chi. His face changed, and he immediately retracted his fists, only to feel a piercing pain coming from his fists. Looking at his palms, they were all bloody. It was extremely terrifying. What? Everyone exclaimed. Good. The people of Evil Sword Sect immediately cheered. But Chen Xie did not show any mercy. His arm shook, and a pitch-black evil sword appeared in his palm. And with a turn of his feet, he became like a phantom and rushed towards Evil Wind King. Evil Wind King retreated anxiously. He did not dare to fight. At that moment, he finally understood that the sect leader of Evil Sword Sect was not as rumored. The three evil kings by the side did not make a sound, and just watched quietly. Evil Wind King took a deep breath and suddenly spat out a pitch-black pearl. Holding in his hand, he crushed it. In that moment, a thread of chi flew out from the pearl, and when he inhaled the chi, Evil Wind King's cultivation immediately increased greatly and became extremely terrifying. What's going on? Chen Xie frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Chapter 1555. Ha, it's all over. Evil Wind King suddenly laughed out loud. The current him was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the peak of the Spirit Master realm, and vaguely, there were signs of him breaking through to the Sky Spirit Master. It was extremely terrifying, especially his aura. He was invincible, and in the entire evil realm, he no longer had any opponents. Chun Tianxia's face tensed up. He felt that something was wrong. He stopped attacking and retreated 2 steps with his evil sword. But at this time, Evil Wind King had already rushed over. He struck with both of his hands, and 2 pitch-black tornadoes swept out from his palms, bringing with them a terrifying tearing intent. They tore the entire hall apart and rushed towards Chun Tianxia. Evil sword technique. Chun Tianxia bellowed. He raised his sword and slashed horizontally. A ray of sword chi shot out from the sword tip. The sword chi was pitch black, filled with dense evil chi, and in the center of the dense evil chi, there was a terrifying evil soul. It released a mournful roar, as though it wanted to tear everything apart. Boom! The tornado and the sword chi clashed and immediately exploded. The shockwave caused the surrounding people to retreat, unable to move forward. An Evil Wind King seemed to have been provoked. He roared and rushed forward with the shockwave. You are not an evil realm being. Although you have mastered the evil arts, you are not pure enough. It is not enough to defeat me. Die here. Chun Tianxia no longer retreated. He quickly waved the pitch-black sword in his hand, releasing all the evil force in his body. The destructive power of the evil sword became denser and denser. There seemed to be countless of evil souls wailing inside the sword tip, causing people's scalps to go numb. In the end, he was the sect leader of the evil sword sect. His strength was not just for show. Although Evil Wind King was also strong and had used a secret technique to increase his cultivation, but against Chun Tianxia, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. The situation had become complicated. They originally thought that Evil Wind King would suppress Chun Tianxia, but who knew that the situation was already under Chun Tianxia's control. It's over. The people of the Evil Sword sect were excited. Chun Tianxia snorted. He released all his strength, intending to quickly determine the victor. Do you really think you will win? Evil Wind King's face turned sinister and suddenly shouted. Chun Tianxia was startled. He felt that something was amiss, but then he saw the 3 evil kings who had been watching. All made their moves at the same time, as though they had planned it. Not good. Sect leader, be careful. The people from the Evil Sword sect shouted. However, they were forced back too far by the clash between the Evil Wind King and Chun Tianxia, so they couldn't provide support in time. Chun Tianxia didn't expect these people to be so shameless as to launch a sneak attack at this critical moment. But it was useless to be on guard now, so Chun Tianxia gritted his teeth and went head-on. Upon seeing this, the smile in the fiendish Wind King's eyes grew wider. Ha ha! He laughed loudly and clashed head-on with Chun Tianxia. Their powers intertwined. But even though Evil Wind King had used a magic treasure, his strength seemed to be slightly weaker than Chun Tianxia's. He was directly forced back a few steps, but Chun Tianxia was not in a good condition. The other 3's palms had already landed on his body. Chun Tianxia's body trembled violently, and blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth. He hastily retreated, but by this time, he was already injured and couldn't even stand stably. Sect Master. The people from the Evil Sword sect rushed forward and surrounded Chun Tianxia. You! Despicable! He actually launched a sneak attack. Shameless. What kind of fair competition was that? From the start, you never intended to have a fair fight. The people from the Evil Sword sect roared in anger. So what? Evil Wind King sneered. We are indeed despicable, shameless. What can you do to us? We really did not intend to have a fair fight. So what can you do? Now that Chun Tianxia is injured, he's even less of a match for us. Initially, we wanted to get rid of Chun Tianxia, but now that you have entered the tiger's mouth, do you still think you can escape? Stay behind. Just as Evil Wind King finished his sentence, the evil people outside rushed in one after another, and the people leading them were Lin Xie and the rest. But at this moment, Lin Xie was already bewitched by the 4 great evil kings of elements, and had long forgotten about the Evil Sword sect. To Chun Tianxia, naturally, he would not show mercy. It turned out that from the beginning, this was a trap set by Evil Wind King. He never intended to have a clear winner with Chun Tianxia, but but he intended to use a duel to confuse Chen Tianxia, and then the other three would make their move and attack Chen Tianxia. Big brother, how do you plan to deal with these people? Evil Fire King laughed and asked. Cripple Chen Tianxia's cultivation, capture him alive. With him, why worry about the Sovereign King city not being controlled by us? Why worry about the evil realm not falling into our hands? The rest? Kill them all. Evil Wind King bellowed. With that said, the evil people pounced forward. The people of the evil sword sect immediately wanted counterattack, but with their few people, it was impossible for them to escape. Father. Just then, a sobbing voice floated over from afar. Two figures rushed into the hall. One of them was Chun Yun, and the other was naturally Su Yun. Towards Chun Yun, the four great evil kings of elements were very clear. They wanted to deal with Chen Tianxia, so how could they not investigate? And this Chun Yun was also within the scope of their investigation. Ian, why are you here? Chen Tianxia was startled and asked anxiously, Aren't you in the Sovereign King city? Why are you here? Leave quickly. Quick! Since you're here, how can you leave? Miss Chen, you're here as the host. How can I not show my hospitality? Stay a while longer before you leave. Evil Wind King revealed a strange smile. Then with a wave of his hand, the surrounding evil people immediately surrounded Chen Yun. Stop! Chen Tianxia bellowed. What does sect leader Chen have to teach me? Evil Wind King looked at Chen Tianxia, his eyes filled with ridicule. Isn't the one you want to deal with me? I promise you, I can submit to you, but please let my daughter go. Chen Tianxia shouted. Chen Tianxia was not afraid of anyone, but he was only worried about his daughter's safety. He did not expect Chen Yun to actually come here. Truly, man proposes, God disposes. Sect leader. Just then, a voice floated in from outside. Everyone looked over to see a black-robed man surrounded by evil people calmly walking into the hall. Seeing this man, Chen Tianxia was stunned for a few seconds and then shouted, Su Yun? Why you are Su Yun? Long time no see. Sect leader. Su Yun smiled and walked towards Chen Tianxia as though he did not see him. But his actions stunned the four evil kings of elements. This was completely turning a blind eye to it. Stop! Evil Wind King bellowed, and the evil people around immediately placed their blades and swords on Su Yun's body. Su Yun stopped, his gaze landing on the four evil kings of elements. After a moment, he said indifferently, You guys are from the ultimate martial world, right? Hearing Su Yun's words, the four of their faces changed. Evil Wind King snorted and said, So what? Who are you? I'm from the Evil Sword Sect. Su Yun said, Evil Sword Sect? The four of them looked at each other and then started laughing. I thought it was some big shot, so it's someone from the Evil Sword Sect. Truly reckless. Do you know where this is? Evil Fire King laughed out loud, then stared at Su Yun and bellowed. Isn't this Lin Xia Mountain? If I don't even know where this place is, why would I come here? Su Yun said indifferently. Then since you know where this is, why do you dare to behave atrociously here? Evil Wind King felt that something was wrong and said. Su Yun did not look at him, but said to Chen Tianxia, Sect leader, the myriad heavens is no longer safe. Quickly bring people out of the evil realm and head towards the true devil realm. I have already sent people to receive you. Su Yun said, I have already received your news and was originally prepared to leave, but these four people used an illusion technique to confuse my evil sword sect people. I have to bring them away. Chen Tianxia said, That's easy. Who are the sect members of the evil sword sect? Su Yun asked. Chen Tianxia pointed to the few evil people beside Su Yun. Su Yun waved his hand, and a gust of qi that was like a cool breeze swept over. The few evil sword sect people trembled. Their originally turbid eyes suddenly became cold. They looked left and right, suddenly shaking off the crowd, and landed beside Chen Tianxia. Master, are you all right? A few of them exclaimed. I'm fine. Chen Tianxia nodded his head, looked at the few of them strangely, and said, Are you guys all right? We feel very good. Seeing your brother seems to have used some strange method. We have completely escaped from the control of the evil Wind King. Lin Xie said, Good, very good. Chen Tianxia was overjoyed. Element's expression was extremely ugly. This person easily broke my spell. Although he is from the evil sword sect, I'm afraid he is not a simple person. Evil Wind King said in a low voice. Everyone be careful. Mountain Evil King said. Let's get to him first. Evil Wind King Lin stood up and shouted at Su Yun, Brat, where are you from? Where? I just came from the Wanhua realm, but before that I was always in the immortal world. Su Yun said indifferently. I don't want to waste time with you guys. There's no point in keeping you guys. I'll take care of you first. With that said, Su Yun waved his hand again, and a strange chi drilled out from his 5 fingers, and like threads, it seeped into the bodies of the 4 people. In an instant, the 4 of them felt as if their bones had been pulled out, and they softly fell to the ground, but they did not die, and their cultivation also disappeared without a trace in that instant. What? The surrounding evil people looked at the scene in shock. How could they dare believe what they had just seen? How is this possible? What did Su Yun do? Chen Tianxia was also stunned. As for Chen Yun, it was as if her soul had flown away. She stared blankly at the 4 people who had fallen to the ground, and there was only one question in her mind. Su Yun, what realm had he reached? Chapter 1556. Chen Yun had thought that Su Yun had some incredible magic treasure to silently kill the disciples guarding the mountain, but that was not the case. What Su Yun relied on was definitely not some powerful magic treasure, but his own unimaginable power. Su Yun, what realm are you currently in? Chen Yun's heart was beating wildly as she subconsciously said, Spirit God? Impossible. The existence of Spirit God was almost a legendary existence to the evil realm. However, Su Yun smiled and said, No matter what cultivation I have, I am still that Su Yun, and I will not change. He chose not to say it. He did not want his relationship with Chen Yun to be too far apart, or create a barrier. Yun, there's no need to ask. Since Su Yun is back, then all the problems will be solved. Chen Tianxia was also pleasantly surprised. At this juncture, Su Yun's return was too timely. The arrogant, despotic, and insufferably arrogant 4 great evil kings of elements were instantly crippled by Su Yun. How could the evil realm people of Lin, Xie Mountain dare to fight back against Su Yun? Immediately, they fled, surrendered, and this force crumbled in an instant. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes were useless. Chen Tianxia was not a fool. For Su Yun to be able to kill the 4 experts of elements in an instant, his strength was probably beyond his imagination. He would not deliberately ask. He believed that if Su Yun wanted to tell them, he would definitely not hide anything. Everything had been resolved. Lin Xie and the rest had returned to normal, and thanked Su Yun. Su Yun nodded, but did not dare delay any longer, and said to Chen Tianxia, Sect leader, I came here this time because I have an extremely important matter to do. I hope you can help me. Su Yun, you are no longer the same as before. It is not appropriate for you to call me sect leader. Just call me Tianxia. As for what request you have, feel free to say it. Chen Tianxia said, It's like this. I'm looking for an extremely evil object called Qi Xie's heart. I've heard that Qi Xie's heart is the heart of the ancient evil god Qi Xie and possesses supreme evil force. If I can obtain this object, I will be able to control the source of the evil realm's power. It's just that no one knows where Qi Xie's heart is located. I wonder if sect leader knows? He had the memories of many experts in his mind, and the memories of Qi Xie's heart were also from them. However, there was no record of where Qi Xie's heart was, so Su Yun could only come here to ask. Hearing that, Chen Tianxia sank in a deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head and said, Su Yun, I do know where Qi Xie's heart is located. It's just that that place is too dangerous. No one can come out alive. It is said that there were immortals who entered the place where Qi Xie's heart was placed, wanting to snatch it, but they never came out alive. Su Yun, I know your current strength is not ordinary, but you should consider this matter again. Hearing that, Chen Yun also became nervous. She anxiously grabbed Su Yun's arm and said seriously, Su Yun, Father will not be wrong. Let's discuss this and come up with a plan. There's not enough time if we don't act now. I'm afraid everything will end. I can't explain it to you too clearly, but I want to tell you, right now, the myriad realms are facing an extremely terrifying crisis. This crisis, for the time being, no one can resolve it. The only thing I can do is think of a way to stop it, but I can't guarantee that I will succeed. Su Yun said seriously and persistently. When the father and daughter heard this, they were both stunned. Chun Tianxia looked at Su Yun in astonishment, and after a long while, he said softly, "Is what you said true?" "It's absolutely true. If we delay any longer, the myriad realms will be hopeless, and everything will end," Su Yun said in a low voice. "All right, since you've decided to go, then I'll take you there." Chun Tianxia nodded. Since things had come to this, he could not dissuade him anymore. And looking at Su Yun's expression, it seemed that the matter this time was extremely serious. Chun Yun was also intelligent. She knew that the matter this time was not simple, so she did not say anything else. "Yun, you go back first and follow Lin Xie and the others to the true devil realm. I will bring Su Yun to find Qi Xie's heart, and after we find it, we will meet up with you at the true devil realm." Chun Tianxia said. "No, father, no matter what, I will go with you this time." Chun Yun shook her head and refused. Previously, Chun Tianxia had coaxed him like this, but in the end, he only brought a small group of people to the Lin Xie mountain, which made her extremely worried. Now that he was going to find Qi Xie's heart, how could she let her father take the risk alone? Even though she knew that she couldn't change anything, as a child, she could only do so much. "No, go back immediately," Chun Tianxia shouted in a serious tone. "Father, be obedient." Hearing that, Chun Yun's face was filled with grievance. But Su Yun, who was at the side, smiled and said indifferently, "Sect leader, don't worry. Since Ian wants to go, then go. If anything happens, I will watch over her." Su Yun this. Chun Tianxia looked troubled. "Sect leader, why don't you tell me where Qi Xie's heart is located first?" Su Yun asked. Chun Tianxia no longer insisted, and directly revealed the current location of Qi Xie's heart. In fact, to Su Yun, the father and daughter were the most mysterious. Although they occasionally heard of Su Yun's current situation from the rumors from the Beiyang, they did not understand the specifics of Su Yun's situation, nor did they understand how strong he was right now, or what he was involved in the southernmost part of the evil realm. There was a territory that was the burial ground of the people who first opened the evil realm, called the evil graveyard. Some people said that the person buried in the evil graveyard was actually Qi Xie, but many people denied this theory. The evil Qi in the evil graveyard was extremely dense and terrifying. Even the evil realm people could not stand the evil Qi there, so the evil realm people avoided it. There were also people who were not afraid of death who entered the evil graveyard, hoping to find the treasures, but no one came back alive. However, the matter of the evil graveyard burying the evil realm's heart, Qi Xie's heart, had long spread because Qi Xie's heart had appeared in the world, but in the end, it disappeared in the evil graveyard. Su Yun locked onto the location of the evil graveyard, waved his hand, and released a ball of qi, enveloping the two of them, and then started moving. Chun Tianxia and Chun Yun felt the scenery around them suddenly shaking, turning into nothingness. When it calmed down, the surroundings were already dark, without any light, as though they had fallen into the pitch-black sea. Chun Yun and Chun Tianxia looked around in the darkness, not knowing where they were, and did not dare to walk around. Chun Tianxia said softly, "Su Yun, are you beside me?" "I am." Su Yun's voice came out from the darkness. "Where is this?" Chun Tianxia asked in confusion. "This is the evil graveyard." With that said, Chun Tianxia was dumbfounded. "What? Evil graveyard? That's impossible. If we were in the evil graveyard, I'm afraid by now. This is indeed the evil graveyard, but you are now enveloped by my qi, isolating the dense evil qi in the evil graveyard, so you are safe." Facing the father and daughter who were in disbelief, Su Yun could only throw out his answer. Hearing that, the father and daughter felt that their thoughts could not keep up with Su Yun's words. This was the evil graveyard? Didn't that mean that the qi of the evil graveyard was completely useless against Su Yun? However, at this moment, the father and daughter discovered that the darkness around them was gradually becoming brighter. In the dense darkness, a gray color slowly appeared, and the gray color became brighter. Finally, everything around them became slightly brighter, and everything on the evil graveyard became clear. The two of them could clearly see everything here. What's going on? Chen Tianxia was confused. Wasn't this place supposed to be wrapped in evil qi? Why didn't there seem to be a trace of evil qi in the surroundings? Su Yin removed the qi that was wrapped around the two of them and walked forward. Seeing that, the two of them immediately followed, only to see that the center of the evil graveyard was continuously overflowing with pitch black and terrifying evil qi. But the moment the evil qi spread out from the center, it was as if it was attracted by something. When the two of them saw it, they were shocked. All the evil qi had actually rushed into Su Yun's body and was completely absorbed by him. Su Yun, you are absorbing this evil qi? Chen Yin felt that she could not speak clearly. This evil qi is extremely pure and is definitely not something that can be emitted by people from the evil realm. I'm afraid that there's an extremely evil object buried in this evil graveyard. If I'm not wrong, it must be Qi Xie's heart. Su Yun's face was filled with joy, and he quickened his pace. Hearing that, the two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. Even now, they still could not digest the shock that Su Yun had brought them. Su Yun walked to the center of the evil graveyard. There were a few rocks piled up, and it looked messy. The ground was pitch black, and not a single blade of grass grew. The evil qi flew out from the cracks in the rocks and drilled into Su Yun's body. Although the evil qi was very strong, to Su Yun it was nothing. He raised his hand and chopped at the rocks, causing them to shatter and the ground to crack. Immediately, a rather dilapidated tomb entrance appeared. Seeing that, Chen Yun and Chen Tianxia immediately took a few steps forward. Tomb entrance? There must be the corpse of a supreme expert buried here. Are we going in now? Chen Yun raised her eyes and looked at Su Yun. But Su Yun shook his head. There's no need to go in. With that said, he squatted down, grabbed a piece of soil, and lifted it up. Wall of the entire area was lifted up, as though a lid was flipped open, and the tomb that was hidden under the soil was immediately exposed to everyone's eyes. The terrifying evil qi in the tomb was like a tornado that drilled into Su Yun's body, and at the same time, a figure jumped out and pounced towards Su Yun and the rest. Who is it? Who dares to disturb Master's rest? Die! A mournful roar sounded out. Chapter 1557. Hearing that, Chen Tianxia's face changed. Not good. It's a guard. This tomb is guarded by a guard. Leave now. But just as he was shouting, the figure had already closed in. The terrifying killing intent enveloped the three of them. A pitch-black gigantic claw unrestrainedly slashed towards Chen Yun, who was at the front. Yun! Chen Tianxia roared. But it was too late. The claws were extremely fast, and the terrifying evil qi pervaded over. Even though they were evil realm beings, it was hard for them to defend against the dense and suffocating evil qi, as though the evil qi that pervaded over was no longer a gas, but a terrifying wall. Unable to move his limbs, Chen Yun looked to the side. The gigantic evil claw was already in front of her. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It's over. Chen Yun's body was trembling. But just at this critical moment, a thick and sturdy arm suddenly extended out from the side. Like lightning, it grabbed the gigantic claw that was tearing towards her. After the evil claw was grabbed, it was as though it was frozen and could not move forward. Chen Yun was stunned, but Chen Tianxia, who was at the side, was quick, immediately pulling Chen Yun and retreating. That arm was naturally Su Yun's arm. As though it was a breeze, he grabbed the evil claw. Then with a light wave, the evil claw immediately flew far away and landed on the ground. When the three of them looked carefully, they finally saw the owner of the evil claw. The owner of the evil claw was a gigantic evil realm being with a height of 3 meters. His 4 limbs were well developed, and his entire body was enveloped in evil qi. Only his pair of green eyes were exposed. It was ferocious, causing people's hearts to go numb. Is this an evil realm being? Chen Tianxia frowned. Amongst the evil realm beings, there were very few who looked like this. No matter who he is, as the guardian of the tomb, he should know where Qi Xie's heart is. With that said, Su Yun raised his head and looked at the evil realm being and bellowed, "Tell me, where is Qi Xie's heart? Arrogant person, it's fine if you disturb my master's rest, but you dare to use such a tone to speak to me. You're truly seeking death. Watch me kill you and accompany my master in death." The evil realm person roared and charged towards Su Yun with his gigantic body. But just at that moment, Su Yun suddenly raised his hand and grabbed towards the evil realm being. The dense ancestral power wrapped around the evil realm being and actually squeezed his gigantic body until he became the size of an ant and was dragged in his palm. The evil realm being spun around in Su Yun's palm, but was unable to escape. What did you do to me?" The evil being was shocked and angry, shouting himself hoarse. "Whether it's you or the master you're protecting, in my eyes, you're no different from ants." Su Yun said coldly, "I'll only give you one chance. Where exactly is Qi Xie's heart? Even if I die, I won't betray master. I won't tell you. You're so strong, and I'm not your match. But if you want to use force to threaten me, don't even think about it." The evil man roared. Hearing that, Su Yun was enraged. He bellowed, "Foolish man, you think I stole Qi Xie's heart just for my own benefit? If not for the 10,000 realms, what is my small Qi Xie's heart in my eyes?" That was the truth. Qi Xie's heart might be considered a treasure in the evil realm, but in the eyes of Su Yun, an ancestor-level person, it could only be said to be an ordinary thing. But there were too few evil things in the 10,000 realms, and the most evil thing was probably Qi Xie's heart. The man thought that Su Yun's words were just arrogant words, until Su Yun stared into the man's eyes and used the great exquisite technique. Only then did the man realize what was going on. Once the great exquisite technique was unleashed, he felt that his body and mind were all seen through by Su Yun, and all the information hidden in his mind was emptied. After 3 breaths of time, Su Yun casually threw the evil realm being away. The evil realm being fell to the ground, but quickly crawled back up and angrily rushed towards Su Yun. This person was loyal and devoted to the master of the tomb, and Su Yun could not bear to kill him. So he immediately used a technique and temporarily removed his cultivation. Without his cultivation, the evil realm being was unable to attack, and Su Yun walked towards the tomb. He closed his eyes and chanted a strange incantation. The tomb released a bright light. Following that, a corpse flew out from the tomb. The corpse was dressed in a jade gown, with precious treasures hanging all over his body. One look, and one could tell that he was not an ordinary cultivator. Seeing that, the evil realm being immediately knelt down and cried bitterly, "This subordinate is useless. I am unable to protect the tomb from master. Today I allowed these people to desecrate master. This subordinate is not fit to live in this world." With that said, the evil realm being's body instantly turned into ashes. He had actually committed suicide. Chen Tianxie and Chen Ian watched on, sighing. Su Yun did not stop him, although he was loyal, but he was blindly loyal to him. Su Yun's actions had desecrated the master he was protecting, and he did not fulfill his duty, so he could only die to atone for his sins. Even if Su Yun stopped him this time, the next time he would still seek death. When the corpse flew out, Su Yun grabbed the air, and a light blue gem-like substance immediately flew out from the corpse's chest. The surface of the substance was covered with a large number of spiderweb-like patterns. The patterns were pitch black, like evil marks. When the gem came out from the corpse, the entire corpse immediately vaporized and disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Chen Tianxie understood that the reason why the corpse had not rotted yet, and was able to emit such a terrifying evil qi, was all because of this gem. This must be the legendary Qi Xie's heart. He never thought that Su Yun would be able to obtain this legendary treasure so easily. What methods did he use to actually be so capable? Su Yun obtained Qi Xie's heart, stared at the gem for a while, and finally exhaled fiercely, but his face was not relaxed. On the contrary, It was unprecedentedly serious and serious. Sect leader, Ian, you guys should leave now. Quickly head to the true devil realm. There's not much time left. He turned around and said to Chunyi Yun and her father with a serious face. Su-Yin, where are you going? Chen Tian asked. I'm going to the immortal world. I've already found all the things I need. Now, let's see if I can succeed. Su-Yin revealed a smile, even though it was a forced smile. Although Chunyi Yun did not understand what Su-Yin was doing, she knew that this time it would definitely be extremely dangerous, and she could not help Su-Yin. Brother Yun, I will wait for you in the true devil realm. You must return safely. Chen Yin said softly. Su-Yin nodded, turned, leaped into the air, and disappeared in front of the two of them. Chen Tianxia sighed slightly, while Chen Yun's small hands were tightly clenched together. This time, she did not know when she would be able to see Su-Yun again. The world tree heavenly wood contained a strong life force. It was similar to the nature heavenly wood from before. It was able to isolate the evil chi of the ominous sword and expel the evil chi from the ominous sword eye. Evil chi's heart was an een and evil object. It could absorb the blood of 10,000 spirits' vengeance at the sword eye. Without the blood of vengeance and evil chi, the barrier at the sword eye would collapse. Su-Yun rushed to the immortal world as fast as he could. At this moment, the immortal world had also changed. The originally hazy immortal world had become a dark world, and the sky was shrouded by a layer of fog that could not be dispersed. The air was filled with a deathly stillness and coldness, and the immortals in the immortal world had already started to flee, but they did not know what had happened. Su-Yin rushed towards the immortal world. However, as he got closer and closer to the immortal world, he saw more and more immortals on the way. These immortals were in a hurry, and every single one of them carried a large number of magic treasure. Many of them were even glowing with colorful light, as if they had been blessed with some sort of spell, and looked to be fully armed. What was going on? A bad premonition filled Su-Yun's heart. He frowned and pushed his speed to the limit. Finally, he was close to the immortal world chaos domain. However, at this moment, it was extremely chaotic, and the immortals seemed to be fighting with each other. Who are you people? Su-Yin saw the people gathered in front of the immortal world chaos domain and shouted. However, no one paid attention to him. Everyone's gaze was focused on the battle in front of the immortal world chaos domain. In front of the immortal world chaos domain, a large number of immortals were gathered. Everyone's gazes were focused on it, and it was difficult for them to move away. From time to time, explosions would sound out, and dense immortal chi would spread out. Su-Yin frowned and walked over. When he pushed the crowd aside, he realized that the immortals were attracted by the fierce chi that was leaking out from the sword sheath. They thought that there was a treasure hidden inside the sword sheath, which was why they started fighting. The strength of these immortals was not simple. The weakest was at the peak of the spirit god realm. There were also many existences in the ruins, and there were even a few people from the god-sealed mirror. Towards these people, Su-Yin naturally had nothing to fear. He directly walked towards the center, planning to keep the sword sheath. These immortals were still greedy for benefits at this kind of juncture. He did not care about the lives of these immortals. But the moment he got close, the sword sheath suddenly shot out a ray of gray light that shot into the sky. Following that, a huge spatial door appeared in front of the sword sheath. It's the door that leads to the inside of the sword sheath. Seeing this, an immortal cried out involuntarily. When the other immortals saw this, their eyes immediately flashed with greed. All of them seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the door, fighting to be the first, afraid that they would fall behind. Seeing that, Su-Yun immediately activated the ancestor's chi, intending to seal the spatial door, but the door was not simple. It seemed to know that Su-Yun wanted to seal it. The moment the ancestor's chi approached, a large amount of fierce chi immediately shot out, completely shattering the ancestor's chi, and those who were about to enter were unable to escape the corrosion of the terrifying fierce chi. All of them turned into ashes, not even leaving behind any residue. Su-Yin originally thought that this scene would scare these people who were completely controlled by greed, But in reality, he was wrong. In front of benefits, people would often become irrational. Chapter 1558. The immortals crazily rushed into the sword's sheath, completely disregarding the consequences. Some people had already recognized what the sword sheath was, and became even more berserk, but they automatically ignored the fact that the sword sheath was supposed to be worn by Su-Yun. These immortals continued to rush into the sword sheath, and their power would cause the evil sword to become even more restless. Of course, it was difficult for them to escape, and they would all be absorbed by the evil sword, and not a single one of them would be able to escape. At this moment, the main body of the evil sword was about to completely break free from Ling Qingyu's restriction. The current was unprecedentedly powerful, and even the ancestor would find it difficult to deal with it. However, he could not allow these immortals to enter the sword sheath, otherwise it would be a burden to Ling Qingyu. Su-Yun took a deep breath and directly blocked the front of the spatial door. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the immortals with a cold expression. All of you stop. If anyone dares to approach the limitless sword sheath again, don't blame me for being merciless. Seeing Su-Yun appear, many immortals stopped in their tracks. However, there were also some who did not know what was good for them and rushed forward. Where did you come from? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Scram, or else I'll take your dog life. How arrogant. At the moment, Su-Yun did not have much patience. Facing those immortals who did not know if they were dead or alive, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he crushed a few Origin Realm experts, and with a wave of his chi, countless spirit god existences were annihilated. The immortals who had stopped in their tracks were immediately stunned. Su-Yun! He is Su-Yun! Someone shouted out in panic. Hearing these two words, countless immortals felt as if they were struck by lightning. This person was actually Su-Yun? In other words, this person was an ancestor? Furthermore, he was the strongest ancestor in all the realms? They were afraid and did not dare to move forward anymore. Facing this terrifying giant, they were finally afraid. But just then, a large number of figures appeared in the sky from all directions. Countless immortals rushed over, and at the same time, Su-Yun could clearly feel a strange power floating over from the spatial door behind him that led to the sword sheath's world. This power could seize one's soul, and it had a feeling of controlling one's mind. It was extremely strange. It was impossible for Ling Qingyu to use such power, so the power definitely came from the ominous sword. The ominous sword was attracting the experts of the immortal world over, and had started to use its own power to make the immortal world experts enter the sword sheath. It wanted to be like before, to create even more slaughter and chaos, to produce even more violence and blood, to absorb even more darkness and evil, to strengthen itself, to completely suppress Ling Qingyu. Scram! All of you scram! Su-Yun suddenly realized something. He raised his head and roared with his loudest voice. The primogenitor's voice spread out in the form of a shockwave. Those who were close to it were sent flying, coughing up blood. However, those who were far away only slowed down a little. They did not retreat and continued to rush over. Su-Yun did not know that even though the evil sword was inside the sword sheath, it was still able to affect the experts in the realm through the overflowing chi. It controlled the greed and malice in the hearts of these immortals, and made them come here to fight for the evil sword. It did not control the subjective thoughts of these immortals. It only gave them one thing: boundless greed. In the face of greed, these immortals became inexplicably brave. Even though they knew that the existence standing in front of the spatial door was the absolute expert of the myriad heavens realm, ancestor Su-Yun, they did not consider retreating. They urgently wanted to obtain the ominous sword and wanted everything. Seeing that the eyes of these people were getting crazier and crazier, Su-Yun understood that he could no longer persuade these immortals to retreat, and they would not consider retreating either. Since that was the case, he had no other choice. If these immortals were to enter the sword sheath, the consequences would be dire, not to mention the appearance of the ominous sword. Even Qingyu would meet with misfortune. Su Yun's eyes gradually turned blood red. He extended his hand and extended it towards the sword sheath. The death sword appeared in his palm, and a dense killing intent spread out from his body in all directions. Since all of you are courting death, then I will grant your wish. With that said, Su Yun unrestrainedly raised the death sword and slashed towards the nearest immortal. The pitch-black sword blade carried a mournful sword hiss as it sliced the immortal into pieces, leaving no soul behind. A few more immortals rushed over. As if they had gone mad, they pounced towards Su Yun. "Scram! Let us in!" An angry roar rang out. But in Su Yun's eyes, their actions were like suicide. Dying. Su Yun did not show any mercy. He raised the death sword and started to slaughter crazily. Wherever the sword tip passed, blood splattered everywhere, and anyone who got close to the sword sheath was killed without exception. Their corpses turned into fragments that flew all over the sky. Su Yun's crazy massacre attracted even more immortals. The destructive aura, accompanied by the dense blood, rippled in the air, even though Su Yun's methods were extremely cruel. But the immortals were affected by the evil sword. They were not afraid of Su Yun at all. One after another, fighting to be the first, they did not know what fear was. "Since none of you want to live, then don't blame me," Su Yun said coldly. The death sword in his hand was like the scythe of a death god, crazily harvesting the immortals who were controlled by greed. These immortals were like persimmons that had been blown by a strong wind. All of them were broken and fell from the sky. Not many of them were able to survive. "Stop!" Just then, an angry voice came from afar. Su Yun raised his head and saw an immortal dressed in a golden robe rushing over, pointing at Su Yun and scolding angrily. "You devil, you actually slaughtered immortals here for no reason. Your crimes are simply heinous and unforgivable. If you don't surrender now, I might spare your life." "You want me to surrender? Spare my life?" Su Yun cut down an immortal and said coldly to the immortal, "Why do you have to be so dignified? Isn't your goal the same as theirs? It's just for this ominous sword. What a bunch of sanctimonious people." With Su Yun directly piercing through the window paper, the immortal's face could no longer hold on. They did not seem to be completely affected by the ominous sword and still maintained a lot of rationality, but more or less, they were still affected. Su Yun casually sized him up. This golden-robed immortal was at least in the middle stage of the God-sealing realm and had already started to walk toward the peak of the God-sealing realm. He could be considered a great immortal, but in Su Yun's eyes, his cultivation was nothing. "I know you. You are Su Yun, the newly promoted ancestor. Your methods are heavenly. Your power is huge. But, Su Yun, don't think that just because you are the ancestor, you could be lawless. This world is not something that you, Su Yun, can control, and the ancestor is not only you. Su Yun, I've already gathered 3,000 great immortals, and together with the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, I have invited the ancient supreme expert Nine-Yang ancestor to come out of the mountain, the Nine-Yang. Ancestor is the winner of the previous Great Stone Monument competition and has obtained the inheritance of the Stone Monument and has already stepped into the ancestor realm and has lived longer than you, so his strength will definitely not lose to yours. And with the help of 3,000 great immortals, you are definitely not our match. You have no chance of winning. I think you should just obediently surrender. In case we start fighting, you will be humiliated." The great immortal shouted. Hearing that, Su Yun said coldly, "You want me to surrender? Are you sure?" Seeing Su Yun's determined expression, the golden-robed immortal frowned, feeling that something was wrong. But at this time, Su Yun added, "You want me to surrender? How do you want me to surrender?" Hearing that, the immortal heaved a sigh of relief. The nervousness from before had disappeared by quite a bit. He thought that Su Yun had admitted defeat, but thinking about it, with such a power, who in the entire universe could contend against it? A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. No matter how strong Su Yun was, two fists would not be able to fight against four hands, right? His eyes revealed a trace of complacency and arrogance. He smiled and said, "You are the ancestor after all. We will not make things difficult for you. As long as you hand over your limitless sword sheath, then surrender and listen to Lord Ju Yang's arrangements. That will do. It seems like you still don't understand your current situation. Do you know who you were talking to? Before the golden-robed immortal could finish speaking, Su Yun suddenly interrupted him and spoke indifferently. With that said, the golden-robed immortal's heart couldn't help but twitch. He felt that something was wrong. He said in a low voice, "Ancestor Jiu Yang and the others are already rushing over here. I believe it won't be long before they arrive here. If you dare to do anything to me, it means that you want to become enemies with Ancestor Jiu Yang. You must think clearly. There's no need to think about it." Su Yun snorted. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed towards the golden-robed immortal. The golden-robed immortal's body seemed to be a piece of iron attracted by a magnet. Quickly flying towards his palm, he wanted to struggle free, but found that his strength was useless, like a fist smashing into a mountain, unable to move it at all. Is this the power of the ancestor? The golden-robed immortal's heart trembled as he thought. Not to mention the fact that Ancestor Jiu Yang is on his way, even if he is standing in front of me right now. What could he do? I even dared to kill Dark Sky. Who does he think he is? With that said, Su Yun exerted force with his palm, and the golden-robed immortal's body immediately turned into powder, floating down from his palm with the wind. Not even his soul was left. People in the middle stage of the God Realm posed no threat to Su Yun. Even those at the peak of the God Realm were pitifully small in Su Yun's eyes. Not to mention this person, even if the ancestor Jiu Yang personally came, Su Yun would not be afraid. With the death of the golden-robed immortal, the surrounding immortals finally woke up. All of them looked at Su Yun with fear in their eyes. Their pupils were filled with hesitation and fear. The greed in their hearts had already been replaced by fear, and they no longer dared to take even half a step towards the sword sheath. Chapter 1559. The surrounding immortals were extremely afraid. No one dared to rush towards the sword sheath again, and the power inside the sword sheath did not show any signs of increasing. It seemed like Ling Qingyu was still able to restrain the sword sheath in the end, but Su Yun knew that Ling Qingyu would not be able to hold it back for long. The current Su Yun was completely like a blood man, and on the ground around him, there was blood and flesh powder. The immortals who could maintain their powdery bodies under his attacks were all experts who had already entered the God-conferred realm. If it was anyone else, they would not even have any powder left, and would have directly turned into clouds and mist, disappearing with the wind without leaving a trace. The surrounding immortals were completely intimidated by his terrifying methods, and at that moment, Su Yun did not wait for the surrounding immortals to rush over before making a move. He seemed to be completely immersed in the slaughter. Unable to extricate himself, he took the initiative to raise the buzzing death sword and rushed towards the surrounding immortals. The slaughter continued. Walala just then, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. The dark sky in the distance suddenly shone with a boundless light, and a scorching heat spread towards them, causing the immortals gathered around the sword sheath to sweat profusely. Their faces flushed red, but the temperature did not drop, but instead rose at an astonishing speed. Not long later, the bodies of the immortals started to emit thick smoke. All of their skin was blood red, and their bodies were extremely dry, as though they could burn at any time. The light seemed to have its own consciousness. It did not scatter randomly, but concentrated in one area, and this area was where Su Yun was. The immortals around Su Yun started to howl one by one. The auras on their bodies were completely burnt by the terrifying light. Following that, pale white flames actually started to sprout from their bodies. The flames were so terrifying, to be able to burn the God-conferred realm chi, it was truly shocking. These people could not rely on their own chi to extinguish the flames, nor did they have any other way to stop the flames from devouring their bodies. In the blink of an eye, all the immortals here were covered by the pale white flames, and, after a moment, the flames disappeared, but the immortals also disappeared along with the flames. It seemed like they had been completely burned to death. However, facing the terrifying light, Su Yun was like a statue, not moving at all. The terrifying temperature did not seem to affect him in the slightest. The light gradually weakened, and the person from the other side also flew over. This person was dressed in a fiery red robe, had a head of red hair, and his eyes were red. On his face, there were even fire patterns that looked like blood, making him look extremely domineering, especially his eyes, which seemed to contain a terrifying temperature. He only glanced at Su Yun, and then snorted. "You are Su Yun, right? Ancestor 9 Sons?" Su Yun asked indifferently. "That's right, it's me." Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons said coldly. "I've been in seclusion for nearly 10,000 years. I don't know much about you, and I don't know where you came from. However, along the way, the fellows behind me told me many things about you. I heard that you're very arrogant, and you consider everyone beneath you. You don't even put a senior like me in your eyes, and you even plan to rule the myriad worlds. I don't know what you're thinking, but since I'm here today, I'll let you know that you're not the only one who has the final say in the universe." Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons' attitude was very resolute, but in Su Yun's eyes, his words were lacking. "I originally thought that as an ancestor, you would more or less see things more clearly than these ignorant people, but I never thought that you would actually be so brainless and blind. Laughable, extremely laughable. For the sake of benefits, you guys really do anything. Ask yourself, are the words you're saying really what you're thinking? I'm afraid not, right? Your goal is not much different from those immortals who died. It's all for the evil sword." Su Yun did not give Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons any face and directly said what he was thinking. However, Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons was clearly someone who had experienced a lot of storms and waves. He did not feel embarrassed or ashamed because of Su Yun's words at all, and his state of mind was completely unaffected. He shook his head indifferently and said, "Su Yun, you indiscriminately kill the innocent, commit all sorts of crimes, and have the ambition of a wolf. Who knows how many sins you have committed? If the evil sword is in your hands, it will only be a misfortune for the living beings of the myriad realms. In order to save the common people, I can only take the evil sword away from your hands." Another sanctimonious person who only knows how to spout some high-sounding words. It's a pity that even though your words sound so nice, how many of us here are fools? Do you really think anyone will believe your words? Su Yun coldly snorted. "It's useless for you to say so much, and you don't know what kind of situation you're in right now. The living beings of the myriad realms are about to be destroyed, but you're still scheming and fighting for the evil sword. What a joke." After saying that, Su Yun suddenly raised his feet and walked towards Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons frowned, and the 3,000 great immortals behind him all rushed forward, brandishing their weapons and facing Su Yun. "It seems like you don't plan to surrender." Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons said coldly. "What else do I need to say to a group of shameless people like you? Furthermore, in my eyes, you Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons are no different from these great immortals. What do I have to fear?" Arrogant. Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons was completely enraged. He shouted in a low voice, "Kill!" The 3,000 great immortals immediately rushed towards Su Yun like a flood. 3,000 experts of the God Ascension realm. These were practically all the great immortals left in the immortal world. This power was extremely strong. It would not be difficult for them to destroy the immortal world, but now they were all rushing towards Su Yun because the person they wanted to deal with was the ancestor. Those who entered the God Ascension realm were all thinking about how to step into the supreme ancestor realm. The conditions to step into the ancestor realm were simply too harsh, and those who could enter the ancestor realm all entered through the stone tablet. There are almost no historical records of who entered this powerful realm through their own strength, and these great immortals of the God Ascension realm all hoped to receive guidance from the ancestor realm. At the same time, when Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons found out that his opponent was also an ancestor and a newly advanced ancestor, he already had a plan. Thus, Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons used the excuse of guiding these immortals and helping them break through to ask them to help him kill Su Yun. Su Yun was clear about the power of the ancestor, and Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons was even clearer about it. But these great immortals were not clear about it. Ancestral Ancestor 9 Sons knew that these great immortals could not defeat Su Yun and on the contrary, they could not pose much of a threat to Su Yun. However, they had a huge use for it, and that was consumption. That's right, ancestral ancestor Nine Suns planned to use these 3,000 great immortals to continuously exhaust Su Yun. This way, he would be able to easily get rid of Su Yun without spending much effort. Use all your strength to buy me time. I will use the Nine Suns God Arts to wipe him out. Ancestral ancestor Nine Suns shouted loudly. At the same time, he used a technique, his entire body shining with boundless light. But Su Yun could feel that the ancestral power on his body did not fluctuate much, as though everything was just a bluff. Ancestral ancestor Nine Suns' thoughts could easily deceive these great immortals, but they could not deceive him. It was just that Su Yun did not plan to expose all of this, because in the current situation, no words could change the situation. Only absolute power could allow him to grasp the final victory. Su Yun did not say a word. He raised the death sword and slashed towards the great immortal who was the first to rush over. The great immortal's heart was beating wildly. He felt that Su Yun's ancestral aura was like a huge mountain made of iron, pressing down on him, causing him to be unable to even breathe. He could be considered a great immortal who had grasped the wind attribute. His speed was ridiculously fast, and his reaction was also extraordinary. When the death sword slashed down, the great immortal immediately used all of his strength, wanting to dodge. But just then, Su Yun suddenly let go of the sword in his hand, and the death sword immediately scuttled away. Its speed was so fast that the great immortal was unable to catch it. The great immortal did not even see the sword image, and discovered that the sword had returned to Su Yun's hand. Su Yun held onto the sword and slashed towards another immortal, but did not look at him anymore. Did he ignore me? The immortal thought to himself, but in the next second, he realized that everything was wrong. It turned out that the current him was only a strand of his soul, and his body had long since been destroyed by the death sword. The speed was too fast, and he did not even notice that his body had been destroyed. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yun. Only then did he realize that Su Yun's strength had far exceeded their imagination. Any great immortal who got close to him would become a dead soul under his sword. No matter who it was, they would not even be able to withstand a single move. These 3,000 great immortals were like moths flying into a flame, continuously falling under Su Yun's sword. Too strong, too powerful. This kind of existence was not something that a great immortal could contend against. His heart trembled, but he was torn apart by a destructive aura that came crashing towards him. In the blink of an eye, over 100 great immortals had fallen, but looking at Su Yun, he was not injured in the slightest. Is this Su Yun's strength? It's impossible for us to kill him. He's too strong. Let's retreat. The great immortals were afraid and did not dare to fight with Su Yun anymore. Ancestor Nine Suns was also shocked. Su Yun's strength was actually much stronger than he had imagined. Regardless of whether it was the ancestor's aura or the sharp sword force, they were not something he could compare to. Of course, what he was good at was not what Su Yun had displayed. In the end, he is a sword cultivator. Ancestor Nine Suns coldly snorted and suddenly shouted, "Don't be afraid, my Nine Suns God Art is about to be activated. Everyone, buy me some more time, charge." He's just one person. How strong can he be? Chapter 1560. Hearing the words of the Nine Suns ancestor, the fearful hearts of the immortals finally felt a little comforted. Did everyone hear what Lord Nine Suns said? As long as we buy some time for the Lord, this person will definitely die. Everyone, don't be afraid. An immortal shouted. But just as he finished speaking, a deathly still ancestral aura immediately swept over, and with lightning speed, it wrapped around his body. When the aura dissipated, his body and soul also dissipated. Killing people without a trace was no longer a method. It was simply like a god's judgment on mortals. Unknowingly, everyone felt that their lives were already in Su Yun's hands. They did not know that the person they were facing was not an ordinary ancestor, but a peak ancestor who had completely comprehended the contents of the stone tablet and had absorbed the power of two ancestors. Suyin did not want to waste any more time with these people. His eyes turned cold. He raised his sword and rushed forward, his body transforming into a gust of gray wind. And in the gray wind, a large number of chi swords flew out. These chi swords were like living creatures, flying towards the great immortals. "Be careful!" The great immortals roared. They were completely panicking, continuously activating their magic treasure S and techniques to defend against the terrifying flying swords. There were close to 10,000 flying swords, and everyone had to face a few of them. But even if there was only one, it would be difficult for them to deal with it. This was a sword formed from chi, and it was the ancestors' chi, so it was impossible for them to shatter this chi with just the chi of the sealed god realm. Very quickly, the great immortals fell one after another. The powerful great immortals were also covered in wounds, and there was not much chi left in their bodies. They looked at Su Yun with pleading eyes, gasping for breath, wanting to beg Su Yun to show mercy. But at the moment, Su Yun did not have any mercy. The chi sword was fatal. Very quickly, out of the 3,000 great immortals, there were less than 100 left. The sealed god chi in the air was completely covered by Su Yun's ancestors' chi. It was extremely terrifying. "Lord Jiuyang, quickly save us! Quickly save us!" The rest of the people retreated while resisting the chi sword, shouting at the top of their lungs. But the Nine Sons' ancestor turned a blind eye to it. He looked at the dense ancestral aura around Su Yun, and not only was he not afraid, he was instead excited and laughed out loud. "Ha ha, Toad. After using so much ancestor chi, Su Yun must have consumed a lot of energy. It's worth it, it's worth it. Su Yun, you will definitely die today, ha ha." Ancestor Nine Sons laughed out loud. Everything was as he had expected. The great immortals immediately understood Ancestor Nine Sons' plan. It turned out that they had always been pawns that the ancestor of the Nine Sons used to exhaust Su Yun. In the eyes of the ancestor of the Nine Sons, their lives were worthless, and he would not cherish them. The great immortals looked at Ancestor Nine Sons in despair. Finally, a great immortal could not take it anymore. He roared in anger and charged towards Ancestor Nine Sons. But just as he got close, a powerful light shot over and melted his body into gas. "Lord Nine Sons!" Everyone shouted at Ancestor Nine Sons with a questioning and indignant tone, but the current Ancestor Nine Sons seemed to have become a different person. He sneered and once again released a strong light, burning these people to death. All of the great immortals were annihilated, and not a single one survived. Seeing that, Su Yun said coldly, "Only now do I understand that whether a person's cultivation is strong or not actually does not have much of an effect on their state of mind. Their nature is still the same. What's the use of saying all this now? You have already lost, and I will obtain the ominous sword and unify the myriad realms." Ancestor Nine Sons laughed out loud, still immersed in the complacency of his plan succeeding. However, he did not know how childish and foolish everything he had said and done was in Su Yun's eyes. The ominous sword was about to destroy the world. But these immortals were completely unaware of it and did not even have any vigilance towards the changes in the myriad realms. At such a critical juncture, they were still thinking about benefits, thinking about dominating. Su Yun did not know if they were pitiful or if it was the so-called human nature that was pitiful. He took a deep breath and walked towards Ancestor Nine Sons with the death sword in hand. Ancestor Nine Sons looked at Su Yun with a smile on his face. As Su Yun got closer and closer, his body started to emit a scorching light, which gathered at Su Yun's chest, and the temperature continued to rise. The air was scorched by the scorching light, and it was extremely terrifying. Su Yun's chest was completely red, but he did not even frown, nor did he slow down at all. It was as if he did not feel anything at all, and continued to walk towards Ancestor Nine Sons. Ancestor Nine Sons' smile froze. What was going on? Why did this guy ignore my magic? Could it be that my spell was completely ineffective against him? Ancestor Nine Sons immediately increased the intensity of the light. The scorching light was almost snow white, without the slightest flaw, and on the outside of the light, there was a layer of terrifying purple light. It was unknown what kind of temperature the light had reached, but even the strongest spell of the holy fire devil was not worth mentioning in front of the light. However, even so, it was still unable to stop Su Yun from advancing. Impossible. Ancestor Nine Sun's face gradually became sinister. He did not believe that with Su Yun's strength, he could ignore his spell. This guy must be holding on. Yes, he must be holding on. He couldn't even defend himself against his technique. He was pretending to be fine just to scare him. After Ancestor Nine Suns thought about it, he revealed an enlightened expression, but he did not loosen his grip at all. The ancestral aura around his body became even more ferocious, like surging seawater. It continuously surged out from his body, transforming into a terrifying light that was released. "Is that all you have?" Just then, Su Yun suddenly said with a voice filled with disdain. This voice was like a steel needle that instantly pierced into Ancestor Nine Sun's heart. His heart twitched, and the ancestral aura around his body seemed to have been struck by something and stopped for a moment. He opened his eyes and looked at Su Yun, his face filled with disbelief. But just then, Su Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. Ancestor Nine Sun seemed to have suffered some kind of stimulation. He roared, and immediately 9 gigantic fireballs rushed out from his body. These fireballs were purple in color. Their entire bodies were emitting purple flames. The moment the 9 fireballs rushed out, the sky was immediately covered in purple flames. The void fire was ignited. The temperature continued to rise. He finally knew that Su Yun's strength was far from as simple as he had imagined. He could not underestimate his opponent anymore. "I will completely destroy you." Ancestor Nine Suns roared loudly, the 9 sun-like spheres with him as the center, crazily rotating. The entire sky was a sea of fire. The immortal realm was completely enveloped in flames. It was like a purgatory of fire. But at this time, an even more powerful ancestral power suddenly surged over. Like a huge wave, the sea of fire immediately extinguished by more than half. The temperature also dropped by a lot. Ancestor Nine Suns was shocked. He raised his head to look, only to see a figure instantly appearing in front of a purple fireball, slashing vertically with his sword. The sword was unstoppable, cutting the purple fireball into 2. The purple fireball immediately exploded. With a dong sound, the destructive shockwaves spread out in all directions. Even Ancestor Nine Suns was sent flying. But before he could stabilize himself, another explosion sounded out. His face turned pale white. He anxiously raised his head, only to see that Su Yun seemed to have gone mad, crazily slashing at his purple ball. Every time he slashed, the purple ball would explode, and Su Yun would also be forced back. The current Su Yun was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and his skin had become extremely red, but he did not care, as though the injuries on his body were nothing to him. These 9 purple balls were extremely powerful magic treasures that the ancestor of the 9 Suns had refined using the souls of the 9 life Fire Supreme expert and his own life force. Every fireball was connected to his life force, and if one was destroyed, his life force would be severely injured. It was impossible for ordinary people to get close to the fireball. The intense temperature of the fireball was enough to melt an existence at the peak of the God realm. Even the ancestor could not ignore its high temperature. But Su Yun not only ignored it, he even dared to destroy it. "Dude, aren't you the newly promoted ancestor? Why? Why is your strength so terrifying?" Ancestor Nine Suns finally felt that something was wrong, his voice trembling as he shouted. This dense ancestor power, this exquisite small world law, the development of the small world civilization in his body was many times stronger than Ancestor Nine Suns. Was this really what a newly promoted ancestor had? The 9 purple balls were all shattered, causing the 9 Suns ancestor's life to be severely injured. He clenched his teeth and rushed towards Su Yun. Opening his mouth, a terrifying white flame spewed out, striking towards Su Yun like a fire snake. Su Yun did not dodge and rushed towards Ancestor Nine Suns. "I am indeed a newly promoted ancestor, but I have completely comprehended the power of the stone tablet and even seized the strength of the 2 ancestors. dark sky, and Hao Tian. The current me is already at the peak of the ancestor's strength. How can you contend against me? Su Yun slashed apart the terrifying fire snake and continued to attack Ancestor Nine Suns. The sharp sword Chi tore apart Ancestor Nine Suns' Ancestor Chi and smashed onto his body. Ancestor Nine Suns' face distorted, his palms turned into flames, and bluntly smashed onto Su Yun's body, igniting his body. Su Yun instantly turned into a man of fire. Die! Ancestor Nine Suns roared and increased the firepower, causing Su Yun's body to burn even more vigorously. But he did not even let out a sound of pain, as though he had completely lost consciousness. The death sword followed his movements and pierced through Ancestor Nine Suns' chest. Following that gulp, the death sword's withering chi seeped into his body, wantonly plundering Ancestor Nine Suns' ancestor power. Ancestor Nine Suns' heart was thumping wildly, and his mind was so shocked that it almost went blank. What was going on with this sword? Chapter 1561. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Su Yun's power was too tyrannical and terrifying, and in an instant, half of the ancestral power in his body had been extracted. Just as he was about to pull out and leave, Su Yun's other hand pressed down on the top of his head. The enormous power made it impossible for him to pull out. Unless he cut off his own head, it was impossible for him to escape Su Yun's control. The ancestor of the Nine Suns could clearly feel that his power was flowing out crazily. Through the sword that was stabbed into his body, Su Yun was trying his best to absorb everything in his body. He felt that his body was about to shrivel up. No, Su Yun, let me go. Ancestor Nine Suns finally felt the fear of death and shouted at the top of his lungs. But at that moment, no matter what he said, Su Yun would not listen. He continued to urge the power in his body, absorbing the essence of Ancestor Nine Suns. After a while, Ancestor Nine Suns' sturdy body gradually became shriveled, his eyes sunk in, and the light emitted from his body slowly dimmed. In the end, his hands drooped down, and he powerlessly fell to the ground. The ancestor's powerful strength allowed him to still have a breath of life, but the ancestor's aura in his body had already been completely absorbed by Su Yun, and even the small world in his body had been completely absorbed by Su Yun, leaving behind only a pile of ruins. Su Yun pinched at any time, shattering Ancestor Nine Suns' small head. Ancestor Nine Suns died miserably. His soul flew out, but before it could fly far, it was swallowed by Su Yun and completely digested. Another ancestor was completely swallowed by Su Yun. Up till now, Su Yun had already devoured 4 ancestors, and even if all the ancestors in the Myriad Heavens realm were added up, it would be difficult to surpass 10 of them, and Su Yun had already killed 3 of them by himself. This was an achievement that no one could compare to, and adding his devouring, it caused him to have no opponents in the Myriad Heavens realm. But Su Yun understood that even if he was invincible in the Myriad Worlds, it would be useless, because whether the Myriad Worlds could survive was still a problem. All the immortals had been killed, and the place was still filled with the dense aura of the ancestors' battle. The immortals that rushed over were also scared away by the aura, and no one dared to approach. Su Yun did not know if there were any other ancestors in the immortal world, but even if there were, he was not afraid. He picked up the sword sheath that had fallen to the ground and looked at the deathly silence around him. After pausing for a moment, he walked towards the space gate at the sword sheath. The world of the sword sheath was now even darker and more terrifying. Dense malice filled the world, and the greedy immortals were swallowed by the malice as soon as they rushed into the sword sheath. They didn't even have time to confirm which direction the malice sword was in. Su Yun endured the fierce chi and advanced towards the fierce sword. With his current strength, facing the terrifying fierce chi, he actually had some difficulty. Not long later, he had already landed in front of the evil sword. At the moment, the evil sword was still as huge as before, but what was different from before was that the surface of the evil sword was no longer just releasing fierce chi. There was also a terrifying sword chi, which was different from Su Yun's sword chi, It was a terrifying sword chi that only existed in pure destructive power. Just by getting close, Su Yun felt a strange feeling that made him feel incomparable pain. He knew that the power of the evil sword had increased again. It was already able to affect his mental state. He let out a light breath, secretly maintaining his mind. He looked in front of the evil sword. There was a faint figure standing in the air. The figure had her eyes closed, both hands facing forward, her palms facing the evil sword. Strands of mysterious power overflowed from her palms, entering the inside of the evil sword, suppressing the evil sword's power. But the figure continued to sway, looking extremely uncomfortable. Suyin did not dare hesitate any longer, and immediately walked towards the sword eye of the evil sword. The sword eye was mostly covered with the blood essence that the evil sword had absorbed when it killed those experts in its previous life, and the rest was a terrifying, fierce chi. These two substances fused with each other and actually condensed into an indestructible shield in the sword eye, sealing the world inside and outside the evil sword. Su Yun took out the realm tree divine wood and moved towards the shield of the sword eye. The fierce chi on the shield immediately retreated, as though it had encountered something that it was extremely afraid of. The evil sword represented destruction, and the boundless life force of the realm tree divine would represented hope and life. The two were enemies, but the evil sword was too strong, and the divine wood was only a small portion in Su Yun's hands. It was far from being able to contend against the evil sword, but it was still possible to expel the fierce chi around the sword eye. After the fierce chi was removed, the wall shield formed from the blood of the evil sword was exposed in front of Su Yun. Su Yun once again took out the Chi Xie's heart that he had obtained from the evil realm, and fiercely smashed it towards the blood shield. Crack! Chi Xie's heart was fiercely pressed onto the blood shield, the huge force directly turning Chi Xie's heart into powder. The terrifying evil spirit chi inside was also released at the same time. Chi Xie's heart was like sulfuric acid. It actually started to corrode the terrifying blood shield. The smooth blood shield immediately had a large number of dents, and gradually it was corroded until it broke into pieces. It was riddled with holes. It was extremely cautious. No matter how strong the blood shield was, it could not escape the fact that it was made from blood, and the evil spirit chi could restrain the power of the blood. It could cause the blood to deteriorate and absorb and even consume the power of the blood. Although the blood essence was the blood of a powerful immortal, and something like Chi Xie's heart was not comparable to it, but the pure evil spirit chi inside, it was able to dissipate a large portion of the power of the blood. And when Chi Xie's heart completely disappeared, the entire blood shield was already in a state of desolation. It was a tragic sight. Su Yun took the opportunity, brandished the death sword, and fiercely slashed at the broken sword eye. Bang! The death sword immediately shattered the remaining blood wall. But the moment the blood wall shattered, the moment the sword eye opened, a terrifying suction force was produced. Su Yun did not even have time to react, and his entire body was sucked into the sword eye. His eyes immediately darkened, and he did not know where he was. The sound of the evil spirit chi flowing in his ears gradually weakened. Time seemed to have stopped. There was no sound, and he could not feel anything moving. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, only to see that in a place far away from him, there was a tall figure. The surroundings were pitch black, and the figure was also pitch black, but for some reason, Su Yun saw him and felt him. His entire body was pitch black. He could not see his facial features. He had no hair, and even his body was pitch black, like a swollen shadow. Su Yun stared at the shadow, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. Could this be the will of the evil spirit sword's main body? Suddenly, a blood-red lightning flashed past Su Yun's eyes without any warning. Su Yun's heart seemed to have stopped. In the next second, a terrifying blood blade directly slashed towards him. What is this? Su Yun's heart was beating wildly. He shouted out loud. He wanted to raise the death sword to block, but to his shock, his speed seemed to have dropped by countless times, and he was unable to defend against this attack. Uffed! Su Yun's head hurt. Following that, His heart lost the strength to beat. The strength in his body also slowly retreated like a receding tide. His consciousness started to blur, and everything gradually disappeared, as if he was dead. Could it be that he was instantly killed by this strange will? Su Yun's blurry consciousness surged with such a thought, and then his blurry consciousness completely dissipated. He also stopped thinking, and his body floated in the pitch-black, evil spirit sword world. Countless evil spirit chi seemed to have a soul at that moment. They uniformly pounced towards Su Yun and wrapped around his body. Like a huge stomach, they started to digest Su Yun's body. But in that moment of life and death, a mournful sword hiss exploded out from the evil spirit chi, and the gigantic stomach immediately exploded, and Su Yun's robust figure flew out. So close. Su Yun's heart that seemed to have stopped was beating crazily. Just a moment ago, he was almost killed by the evil sword's will. The evil sword was strong, and the power of the evil swords was even more difficult to measure. The moment Su Yun entered the evil sword world, it launched a silent attack on him. From the appearance of the lightning like light, to the time when Su Yun's heart stopped and his consciousness dissipated, it was all an illusion. And the most terrifying thing about this illusion was that if the caster was unable to detect it, his own consciousness would be subconsciously sealed, and in the end, the illusion would become reality, and his consciousness would completely die, and he would never be able to save himself. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Su Yun's eye of reincarnation worked. Although Su Yun's consciousness was sealed by this strange method, but his eyes, from the beginning to the end, maintained a clear look and saw through everything. Only then did he awaken Su Yun's consciousness and break through the technique. Terrifying. Without a sound, it almost forced him to his death. What kind of existence was the will of the evil sword's main body? Su Yun clenched his teeth, no longer remaining silent. He raised the death sword and rushed towards the evil sword. "Stop right there, sinful creature!" Just as Su Yun was approaching, a loud and clear voice suddenly entered Su Yun's ears. Su Yun frowned and looked towards the voice. Is this the voice of the main body's will? It can actually speak? But why does this voice and the main body seem so out of place? He did not pay much attention to it and struck out with his sword. At the same time, the countless terrifying evil spirit chi in the evil sword world gathered, directly forming a huge shield in front of the figure. The death sword smashed onto the huge shield, releasing a loud clanging sound. But it did not break. On the contrary, Su Yun was forced to retreat 1,000 meters. The huge shield blocked Su Yun and immediately dispersed, but it did not recover its evil spirit chi state, but transformed again, turning into an army formed from evil spirit chi. With a glance, there were actually over 1 million people. They were neatly arranged in front of the main body's will, raising their swords and blades high up, facing Su Yun. The intent of extermination was like a storm, pouncing in all directions. Su Yun's face congealed. He raised his hand and quickly formed hand seals. Immediately, countless chi swords appeared around him. All of them were like living creatures, spiraling around him, transforming into a sword tornado. Su Yun clenched his teeth, his face sinister. He took a step forward and rushed towards the main body's will. As long as he destroyed the main body's will, everything would end. All the worries, all the anxiety, all the hesitation and unease would vanish like smoke into thin air. There would no longer be anything that could threaten him, and there would no longer be any disputes or worries that would force him. As long as he destroyed the main body's will, he would obtain everything that he had always dreamed of. Ah! Su Yun roared and crashed into the million-strong army. Puff! 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 The chi sword tornado was like a reaper, continuously tearing apart the fierce aura, while Su Yun held onto the death sword and waved it crazily, slowly moving towards the main body's will, but the strength of the main body's was far beyond his imagination. Not long after, the fierce aura that was torn apart once again turned into a fierce person that blocked Su Yun. Not only that, the fierce aura seemed to be ever-changing, and under the control of the will, it actually turned into many terrifying fierce swords that flew towards Su Yun. Su Yun was instantly surrounded, unable to advance any further. Fortunately, he had the strength of a peak ancestor. If it was anyone else, they would have been torn apart by the terrifying, fierce aura. It was definitely not a way to continue fighting like this. Even if he had the strength of a peak ancestor, so what? Compared to the main body of the world-destroying sword, it was simply too insignificant. Su Yun's head spun quickly. He suddenly stared at the main body's will and shouted, "Hey, stop! Let's talk!" The main body's will had spoken just now, even though those words were very strange. Sure enough, not long after Su Yun spoke, the main body's will spoke again, but this time his voice was extremely hoarse and low. Compared to the loud and clear voice from before, it was like heaven and earth. "The wheat is ripe. I'm going to harvest the wheat." These strange words caused Su Yun to be confused, but after talking to the main body's will for a while, Su Yun realized that the fierce aura around him had lessened a little. Even though it was not much, it was enough for him to catch his breath. "What are you talking about? What wheat is ripe? What wheat harvest?" Su Yun asked again, but at this time, the main body spoke again, and the voice was even more unique. "Io, isn't this great official he? Why did you come to me?" Su Yun was stunned. This was an extremely charming female voice. This was the voice of the evil sword's will. But in the next second, the evil sword's will spoke again, and it was one sentence after another. Each tone was different. Sometimes it was an old man, sometimes it was a young man, sometimes it was a strong man, sometimes it was a woman's soft moan. It was simply ever-changing. "The weather today is not bad. Why don't you cultivate? When yin and yang fuse together, it will be the day of my divine art's great success. Ha ha ha. Gong Sun Rong, you kill my parents. Today, I will destroy your sect and avenge my parents. This sword is not bad. Little brother, do you want to keep the sword or your life?" The main bodies will continue to speak. The tone of the voice was different, but even the words it said were strange, completely unfathomable. No one knew what it was saying. It made people feel that it was more like a madman with outstanding vocal skills. Chapter 1562. Ugh. Su Yun clenched his teeth. He felt extremely powerless. Although the main body of the evil sword did not make a move, but the attack of the evil chi was completely endless, as though it would not stop, and his ancestor's power was limited. If he continued to be consumed, sooner or later, he would fall. He had to think of a way to get close to the main body and completely erase its will. Su Yun did his best to activate the limitless sword arts. The chi sword continued to form in front of him, opening up a path, but the majority of the energy here was evil chi. The rest were deathly still chi. Su Yun could not control the evil chi at all, so the amount of chi that could be refined and condensed in a chi sword was extremely little. Its power was completely incomparable to the evil chi. Under his full strength, he actually only advanced a kilometer, and the current him was still a full 5 kilometers away from the main body of the evil sword. No, if this continued, he would definitely lose. Sooner or later, the main body of the evil sword would activate the evil sword to destroy all worlds. Everything was probably going to be cleansed. The origin of fate, could it not end in the end? Su Yun clenched his teeth, his blood-red eyes filled with unwillingness. No matter what, he could not give up. He was not a person who would give up so easily. The more he was at this juncture, the easier it was for the stubborn madness in Su Yun's heart to be ignited. In this pitch-black world, an unwilling roar sounded out. He raised the death sword and walked forward with large strides. The chi sword crazily opened up a path, but the evil chi also became more and more ferocious. As he continued to move forward, he neglected his defense, and the two swords condensed from the evil chi directly slashed onto his shoulders, the evil chi corroding his body. But Su Yun did not frown. He did not stop and continued forward. The death sword in his hand seemed to feel the determination in its master's heart and started to tremble, releasing its sword intent. Su Yun waved it forward. The sword power of the death sword directly shattered the hundreds of soldiers in front of him. Clearing a path, he immediately took steps to attack, but before he could run far, the scattered evil chi condensed again, and actually turned into a lion and tiger with the size of an elephant in front of him. Su Yun snorted. He raised his sword and rushed again, but the lions and tigers formed from the fierce chi were obviously stronger than the soldiers from before. The death sword had to slash a few times to kill one, and in that short period of time, the fierce chi had already transformed into thousands of lions and tigers. Like a tidal wave, they pounced toward Su Yun. Even if Su Yun wanted to dodge, he could not, and was directly knocked down by the lion tiger. Just as he was about to get up, a few big mouths bit him. Sword might. In the face of danger, Su Yun roared once again. His sword intent blossomed, and the sword might crush the lions and tigers. The surrounding people were all crushed and turned into gas that floated in the air. The power of this move was extraordinary, but the consumption was equally astonishing. Su Yun anxiously crawled up and advanced forward, but just as he took a few steps forward, a wave of fierce chi transformed into a gigantic wave and struck towards him. Its speed was as fast as light, and before he could even sense it, he was sent flying by the wave of chi, falling 100 miles behind him, even further away from the will of the main body. Su Yun spat out blood. His heart was filled with anger. He felt as if the will was toying with him. However, after the will of the main body sent Su Yun flying, it did not follow up with another attack, and the majority of the fierce chi surrounding the will of the main body also dissipated. It continued to speak in a completely out-of-tune manner, like a madman. Su Yun's eyes were filled with doubt. What was going on? Su Yun, are you all right? Just then, a voice suddenly entered Su Yun's ears. He was startled and looked around. It was Ling Qingyu's voice, but she did not seem to have entered the world of the evil sword. Qingyu, I'm fine. Are you all right? Su Yun immediately asked. I am no longer able to suppress the will of the evil sword's main body. If we do not act quickly, I am afraid that the power of the evil sword's main body will be activated. At that time, the main body will break out of the sword sheath and reappear in the world. Ling Qingyu's voice was extremely anxious. Hearing that, Su Yun's expression became distorted. His scarlet-red eyes stared at the shadow. He used one hand to support his body, tried his best to stand up, and said, Qingyu, don't worry. I will destroy the will of the main body. But right now, it is extremely difficult for you to even get close to the will. How can you destroy it? Ling Qing, you could see Su Yun's powerlessness, but she also understood that Su Yun did not want her to worry at all. She understood Su Yun. This person would not give up until he achieved his goal. Su Yun, you don't understand. This will is just a will that has yet to take form. It only retains its instinctive self-defense and destructive power. Other than that, there is nothing else. Not formed? Qingyu, what do you mean by that? As the sword spirit of the evil sword, I represent the thoughts of the evil sword. But in truth, before the last destruction of the world, I had not matured yet, and the evil sword's main body had absorbed too much slaughter, destruction, and other negative factors in a short period of time, causing its power to increase greatly, and I was unable to control it. So I started to destroy the world. But the main body seemed to have already produced a will, wanting to eliminate me, and that knew. Well, should be this. It is just that this will was produced too quickly. It is extremely incomplete, and it relied on absorbing the will of the living beings that were destroyed to strengthen itself, causing the will to be in chaos, causing it to be extremely strong, but it was still suppressed by me. No wonder it said such a strange thing just now. It actually absorbed the thoughts and will of countless living beings, causing such a phenomenon. Su Yun said in realization. So, Su Yun, this is our chance because it is unable to sort out its chaotic thoughts. It only has its instinctive consciousness, self-defense, and destruction. We can completely extinguish it in this period of time. Ling Qingyu's voice became serious. Although I do not have much strength left, but I can still help you dispel the evil qi. Although the main bodies can control the evil qi, but so can I. Su Yun, go. This was the last chance. Su Yun took a deep breath, holding onto the death sword tightly. He stood up. His eyes were like torches as he stared at the figure in the distance. Was that the beginning of fate? He growled, took a step forward and activated all of the ancestral power in his body. He was like a raging wave, sweeping towards the figure. His eyes turned green. The eyes of reincarnation seemed to want to absorb the fate into his eyes. When he got closer, the scattered evil chi seemed to have been stimulated and once again arranged itself in front of the figure. This time, the evil chi actually transformed into tens of thousands of terrifying divine dragons. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long, and in front of him, it was as if a sky of dragons had been arranged. Roar! The fierce dragon roared, its power leaking out, causing Su Yun to be unable to move forward. Scatter! Ling Qingyu's loud shout resonated in the world of the evil sword. This was her last bit of strength. She had been fighting with the evil sword for a long time, and it was difficult to replenish it. She no longer had the power to control the main body, and now, what she hoped for was to end all of this. At least, she did not want to see the myriad spirits die because of her, and the myriad worlds perish because of her. Crash! Following Ling Qingyu's shout, the fierce dragon instantly dispersed. Like a gale blowing away the mist, all of it rippled. Good chance. Su Yun's expression tensed up. His heart was beating wildly. The passion in his eyes seemed to be able to melt everything. He held onto the death sword tightly, his speed reaching its limit. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the evil sword's main body. The terrifying evil chi instantly boiled, trembling in all directions. Without a thought, all of the spirit chi in the evil sword actually pounced towards Su Yun. Even Ling Qingyu could not suppress it anymore. The evil sword's main body turned and looked at Su Yun. Its entire body was still pitch black. Other than being in human form, it was different from ordinary people. But under Su Yun's reincarnation eyes, the weakness of the evil sword's main bodies was actually seen through by him. Wong. The terrifying death sword was like the mouth of a demon. The sword energy filled the air, bringing with it destruction and destruction. It swallowed the evil sword's main body's will. This sword, Su Yun used the most terrifying destructive power. Even if it was the ancestor in front of him, if he were to take this attack, he would immediately die. There was no limit to the strength of the physical body, but so was the destructive power. However, just as the sword was about to land on the main body's will, Su Yun felt the hand holding the death sword go numb. Following that, the death sword directly entered the figure, entering from the top and coming out from the bottom. Su Yun was startled. His eyes opened wide as he looked at the strange scene. Can't destroy it? Why is it like this? Can't destroy it? Su Yun, try using a mental attack. The will is the spirit soul. Maybe a mental attack is possible. Ling Qingyu's weak voice sounded in his ears. Su Yun nodded his head. The will was the consciousness of a spirit, and just relying on brute force to attack, it was impossible to destroy the will. He looked over. The evil chi had already attacked him. He did not have much time left. He immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the will, activating the reincarnation eyes. A terrifying mental power started to surge out from his eyes. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a strange sound that sounded like a gale resounded, and it was accompanied by a series of strange scenes. Su Yun was startled. He raised his eyes to look at the evil sword's will in front of him, only to see that the figure of the will suddenly twisted and turned, transforming into a vortex, and then flew towards a place not far behind him. At the same time, the terrifying evil chi around Su Yun seemed to be attracted by something, flying crazily, and finally converging at a point, disappearing. What is this? Su Yun stared blankly at the scene and closed his reincarnation eyes. Not far behind the evil sword's will, another figure appeared, but it was different from the main body's will. This figure was extremely white, snow white, holy and flawless. But in this pitch-black world, it did not emit a single bit of light. If one did not look carefully, they would not even be able to discover its existence. The evil sword was directly absorbed into the white figure's body. Along with the terrifying evil chi around it, it disappeared without a trace. After the main body's will disappeared, the white figure stopped. It turned around and faced Su Yun. After a moment, a light laugh came out. You were instructed by the sword spirit to come and stop me, right? What a pity you came for nothing, because everything you have done is meaningless. It seemed to be from the white figure. You? What are you? Su Yin muttered. Me? I am a new sword spirit. The white figure chuckled. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.